Is this the night, Tom? Are we going to get you converted or what?
Unlikely.
You never know. I mean, crazier things have happened. Kent, I think we should have a debate. Who's had more debates, Kent or TJump?
So you had a bunch of them, Tom? I haven't followed.
500 or something like that.
Oh, you're ahead of me then. I'm only on 271. I'm trying.
That's about 800 debates between the two of you. Yeah, but Tom, when you're sleeping and you dream about debates, those ones don't count.
Well, I'm just counting the videos I've posted on YouTube.
I'm just playing. So yeah, this should be good. Kent, your audio sounds good. Your video sounds good.
Okay.
Tom, actually, give us an audio check again real quick.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. God is fake. Fake news.
Ooh, fighting words already.
So what kind of work do you do, Tom?
I'm a full-time YouTuber.
A full-time YouTuber. What did you do before that?
I was a video game tester at Activision.
A video game tester.
Everybody's dream job, eh?
That's what they think, and then they get into it and realize how awful the job is.
Oh, really?
Yes, because you spend hours picking up every single character and running up against every single wall of every single map for 8 hours a day, and then you get the break of when you find a bug, you get to write a 3-page report and then submit it, and then go back to bumping characters in the walls all day long.
So not as fun as the kids.
Sounds like a valuable thing to be doing.
I think, I don't know, it might be just as valuable as studying the Bible.
We'll see Judgment Day on that one.
The debate hasn't even started yet, and you guys are already giving me a good laugh. So, gentlemen, Tom, I sent him the format. He's easygoing. Kent, we're going to opening statements, whatever Tom takes, let's say 10 minutes, then about a 6-minute rebuttal, open discussion, closing, audience Q&A will be done by, we're trying to keep these now about an hour and a half rather than the typical 3 hours.
Right.
Because I'm only 33 and I can't even handle them anymore. So
we're the same age. That's weird.
You 33? Yeah.
Yeah.
When's your birthday?
I got grandkids close to that age.
September 18th.
Okay. So you'll be 34 then before me. I'm in January. Today's the oldest I've ever been. Ken.
Yeah, me too.
The oldest I've ever been. I want to make dying the last thing I do. So.
Amen.
I was older in a past life.
I think you were a young Earth creationist in your past life, Tom.
Yes, I was, but it was for Hinduism.
Oh, you're a Hindu young Earth creationist.
For sure. They have the best evidence. Like they get the best evidence. The next one.
Okay, well, everything looks good on my end. Tom, you'll kick us off. Once we go live, typical intros, welcome to Standing for Truth, a little bit about you guys.
Did you say about you guys?
Yeah. I'm stuck here in Canada, so about a boat. It's tough. It's a tough one.
I would like a boat.
So we're taking a boat right into this debate. And Tom, it's been a while since you've been here, so we'll start with you in terms of intros. And yeah, give me an easy job for moderating. I'm a little tired today for the discussion. You guys are both good though. One topic at a time, equally timed, all that fun stuff. But if you guys are good to go, I'm good to start.
Okay.
Okay, let's get the graphic up here. Is Matt Powell there with you guys there, Dr. Hovind?
He was here a minute ago. He'll be
back.
I want to debate Matt. I haven't gotten to debate Matt yet.
Oh, there we go. We'll set it up. Okay. Well, when you see Matt, let him know. Hope he's doing well. Okay, guys, sit back, relax, sip on your tea, coffee, whatever it is, and we'll have our countdown starting now. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome, everybody, to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie, and tonight is the night you have all been waiting for. I have two very experienced debaters with me tonight. I've got TJump and Dr. Kent Hovind here with me to debate the important topic, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Between both of these seasoned debaters, Kent and TJump, I believe we are looking at something close to about 600 debates these gentlemen have participated in. And therefore, I am sure this is going to be a debate to remember. Gentlemen, let's kind of break the ice, get to know each other a little bit before we start this much anticipated battle. Tom, it's been a little while since you have been here. I think the last time you were here was maybe 6 to 8 months ago, debating Bill Morgan, which was a ton of fun. So how you been? What's going on? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about your channel.
I'm doing good. I recently cured my major depression, so I'm feeling significantly better. Very melancholy all the time now. It's a very interesting feeling. I run a YouTube channel, youtube.com/TJump, where I crush creationism and God debates all the time. It's very fun. Occasional flat earther, those are fun. I sell bathtubs. I have a engraved bathtub from Standing from Truth. He's got one of mine in his abode. It's great. He's got the gold laden one. It's perfect. I've debated Kent 3 or 4 times. We've known each other for quite a while now. I do this full time. It's my job. Please give me money. Thank you. Started an atheist church, working on trying to create a church that actually helps people. Our goal is to decrease the cost of living for as many people as much as possible, as opposed to what most churches do. And by doing this, we're going to get an apartment building, and since it's tax-free, we will offer rent at a lower price and hopefully replace the very corrupt businesses of America, which take money from poor people for no reason, with good companies that actually help people. That is the goal of the atheist church. So I will leave it there.
Well, I appreciate that introduction there, TJump. How about that? One of these days I'll say that word right. So I appreciate it. And yeah, that bathtub you sent me, it's doing fantastic. So I appreciate that introduction. Thank you for being here. And Dr. Dino in the house. How you been, brother? What's going on? A little bit about yourself and how's everything at Dell?
Well, my name's Kent Hovind. I love the Lord, been a Christian 53 years, and want to get everybody else converted into his family. God's been very good. Some of God's kids drive me crazy, but God is good. And we're building a creation ministry in Lenox, Alabama, Dinosaur Adventureland. We get visitors from all over the world. It's all free. Come on down. We have a science center, 12,000 square feet of cool science experiments you can do. We have 20 cabins. People stay for free. And after a couple of days, we give them a hammer and put them to work. The whole place has been built that way. It's been amazing. We have 140 acres and 16 lakes for fishing, and we love it here out in Lenox, Alabama. Population 35. So come on down and see our place. And I do a YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official. and on Dinosaur Adventureland, run about on a bunch of other platforms too. I believe the Bible is true and evolution is stupid and dangerous.
All right, I appreciate that introduction, Dr. Hovind. Again, gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us your time for this heroic debate. So I'm going to go over the format real quick for the audience sake. We are going to be having a formal professional debate tonight. We're going to be starting with 10-minute opening statements and then a 6-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we're going to have roughly a 30-minute open discussion where Kent and TJump are discussing the topic, focusing on one topic at a time and keeping it as equally timed as possible. Then we are going to have 5-minute closing statements. And then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A. So please make sure you are tagging me at Standing for Truth with your questions, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, that being said, let's get right into the fun. TJump, we're going to hand it over to you, my good man, for your 10-minute opening statement.
Awesome. So to get started, we're asking, is evolution a good scientific hypothesis? And to know that, we need to know what a good scientific hypothesis is. And in science, what the goal of science is to provide a method to differentiate imagination from reality. When we see something, it may just be a figment of our imagination, or it may be something that's actually there. Or when we come up with any idea, like a god or whatever, it may be it really exists, or maybe it's a figment of our imagination. We need some way to differentiate between the two. And the way science does this is novel, testable predictions. That means predicting the future, stuff we don't know yet. And if there's a theory that can predict the future about things we don't know, that's a very good reason to believe that that theory is correct. And the other ones that can't are probably just imaginary. Evolution has been able to do this better than pretty much everything else combined. No other theories have ever been able to successfully do this, especially not religious theories. So evolution is significantly better than all of the others. For example, one of the best examples of evolution is endogenous retroviruses. Endogenous retroviruses are viruses that inject themselves into the placental or early reproductive cells and inject DNA that will then be passed on to all of the offspring that are had by whatever this organism is. And we can find patterns in all of the different species. There are tens and tens of thousands of these, and we can find that they're in the exact same location in multiple species. So if you have a 3 billion long base pair of DNA, and in that 3 billion long base pair, there is a segment of 50 or so that is in the exact same position across species. The only ways this could happen would be one, random chance. So if the retrovirus decided to inject itself at the exact same point in all the different species randomly, or they come from a common ancestor where the retrovirus injected itself into the common ancestor, and then as it reproduced and evolved into different species, the pattern in the DNA was copied, as all DNA is, and it shared the same position in all these different species. Now, if it was just random chance, the probability of a retrovirus injecting itself into the exact same position in multiple species, all in different reproductive organs, is ridiculously low. It's crazy. It's significantly more than a tornado building an airplane. It's a tornado building a multiverse. It's not going to happen. So the more plausible explanation here is that evolution actually took place, and a retrovirus injected the placenta of a early organism, and that early organism continued to reproduce and evolve into multiple different species, and each of those species share the retrovirus. Now, it gets more complicated than this because there's a lot more than one retrovirus. There are tens of thousands of these, and so the probabilities explode exponentially. So this is not plausible to have happened by chance. And if a designer did it, the designer is a moron, because many of these retroviruses have no or a degrading function to them. So if you deliberately put him in all these species, he's an idiot. So that theory is a bad explanation. More importantly, this was predicted by evolution. We expected to see these in evolution. We would not expect to see these in the design hypothesis. Therefore, the design hypothesis does not make this prediction. Evolution does make this prediction. That is only one of many. Others would be biogeography, predicted by evolution correctly. Many. This is just a class of thousands of predictions that have been found. Fossil distribution, Tiktaalik being a great one. They predicted to find a transitional fossil between water species and land species in a specific location within a 1 kilometer range, and they found it exactly in that specific location, in that specific geographical whatever strata, which is a fantastic prediction made by evolution. Again, there's been 0 predictions that I know of ever made by creation at all. So it's kind of winning by a significant margin here. Direct observation, we can directly observe both micro and macro evolution in the lab. So we can literally see it. That's a pretty big thing that was predicted by evolution and rejected by every other hypothesis, specifically creationism. And so the fact that we've literally seen it has kind of debunked the creationism hypothesis completely. Not a good start for creationism. Autonomy, we can see homologous structures in different creatures. That was also predicted by evolution, which was confirmed with the microbiological data on DNA. So all of these are testable predictions that have been confirmed by evolution. Evolution happens on both large and small scales that we can directly observe. And there's many different embryological and anatomical different lines of evidence that we can look at the different growth trees of the embryology and compare them between species to see the similarities of how they evolved. The evidence is quite numerous. So I would conclude that yes, evolution is a very good scientific hypothesis that makes tons of novel testable predictions that have been confirmed and observed in a lab and in the environment, and no such testable predictions have been made for any other hypotheses, and so evolution wins. I'll conclude there.
All right, I appreciate that opening statement there. TJump, with a few minutes to spare, and as always, we can toss that into either the discussion or the audience Q&A. So what we're going to do now is hand it over to Kent. Kent, you have your 10-minute opening statement. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, excuse me just a moment here. Let me get up to where I wanted to. Okay. I would have to agree with Tom on at least one thing. Science is things we can observe, study, test, demonstrate, etc. That comes from the Latin word "seer," which means to know. What do we know? We know cows produce cows. We do not know cows came from an amoeba over millions of years, which is what he believes. We know dogs produce dogs. That's science. What he just shared with us is a religion, hypothesis that maybe if we give it billions of years, it would change to something else. No farmer in the history of the world has ever seen any plant or animal produce anything that anybody would consider a different kind. Now, the definition of species, we went over that several debates here on this program. Nobody's ever got a firm definition of species either, but I don't know what exactly a kind is. The Bible says they can bring forth after their kind, so I think most 4-year-olds would tell you. But from all we observe with science is cows produce cows, no exceptions. Some people try to limit the definition of science to the natural world. The operation of the world may be understood by scientific discoveries. We understand how gravity works, how the speed things fall, etc. We understand air pressure, and we understand a lot about the operation of the world. However, the origin of the world may not be understood by scientific discoveries. What we see is gravity working. Who made gravity? We can't tell that, okay? We don't know where it came from. We don't even know what it is. To call it an attraction of masses is one thing, but that does, give me a jar of gravity and paint it red. What on earth is that stuff anyway? So I think we know the operation of the world, but that would not answer the origin. We know the operation of ERVs, as he mentioned. We don't know the origin of ERVs, or the origin of life, or the origin of matter, or the origin of time or space. Those things are outside the realm of science. But Tom wants to include his religion of evolution, believing it all just happened by chance with no designer. He wants to include that in the category of science. I'm sorry, science is what we know. We do not know that dogs came from an amoeba. We know dogs produce dogs. That's been observed plenty of times. You can even take a creature with a very short generation time, like an amoeba. I think they grow up, get married, have kids in 20, 30 minutes. It's not, maybe not amoeba, but they divide in half. But there's those that do by conjugal replication. They have very short generation time, and we in one human lifetime you can see thousands or hundreds of thousands of generations, and we never see a bacteria produce a non-bacteria, a virus produce a non-virus. We just don't see that. It's not science. And the purpose of this debate tonight is for him to present evidence that evolution is a reasonable scientific theory. I would love to see that. The operation of a computer can be understood by science. We know how it operates. We don't understand the origin of the computer. That may not be understood without appealing to a designer. No computer in the world ever made itself. None. No wristwatch ever made itself. No ink pen ever made itself. We understand the operation. We don't know the origin. You don't know the origin of life. You don't know the origin of the earth. You don't know the origin of species. Darwin's book never did talk about the origin of species in his book, The Origin of Species. Religion is a set of beliefs concerning the cause, nature, and purpose of the universe. That's what Tom has. He has a religion, but he will never admit that, I promise you. He thinks it's part of science. The creationist worldview says God created everything about 6,000 years ago. That's what we believe. We're not asking that to be taught in the school system, though, so the burden of proof is not on us. They believe 18 or 20 or 16 or 17.22, whatever it is, number billion years ago, the earth, the whole universe came into existence from a dot of nothing exploding, or dot of near nothing. That is not only not science, that is stupid. The whole Big Bang Theory is the dumbest idea in the history of humanity. I'm amazed that a grown man would believe such a thing. Then they believe the earth cooled down 4.6 billion years ago, or 4.54, I guess they're down to now, and developed a hard rocky crust and rained on the rocks for millions of years and turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. That's all part of the evolution theory. It is nonsense. It is not science. The Bible says in 6 days, God made the heaven and the earth and everything in them. Well, based on that, I can make some predictions, scientific predictions. I predict the universe will show evidence of intelligent design. I think we see it everywhere. This ink pen shows evidence of design for a purpose. It can't make itself. Every cell in your body, Tom, is more complex than the space shuttle, and you got 100 trillion cells, each one with 100 trillion atoms. It's designed. Get over it. Just common sense would tell you that. I predict there will be thousands of symbiotic relationships in nature, where the plants breathe in the CO2 and give off oxygen. The animals breathe in the oxygen and give off CO2. They reciprocate the gases. That's a cool symbiotic relationship. If you wish to believe that happened by chance, you're welcome. I believe it was designed, and I think it was designed very well. You have all the systems in your body. That symbiotic relationship, your digestive system, your muscular system, your skeletal system, your nervous system, all that working in symbiosis with each other, I think is pretty cool. All the animals seem to have that evidence of design. I predict there will be limits to the variations that things can produce. Certainly dogs can produce different kinds of dogs. Chihuahuas, Great Danes, Dobermans, no question. There are now 339 recognized breeds of dogs by the American Kennel Association. I would say they probably had a common ancestor called a dog. But you guys want to take this evidence of variation within the dog kind and imagine, SpongeBob style, that it goes forever, clear back to an amoeba. Your family trees do show, the family trees do show an amoeba turning into everything. That's not science. Based on the prediction that God made the world, there are some scientific predictions. I predict there's going to be a purpose to life because somebody designed it for a reason. I predict there will be non-material things in this world, not just material matter, things like love, justice, mercy, innate knowledge of right and wrong, conscience, absolute truth. Where do those things come from? Where does love come from in an evolutionary, materialistic world? If you're nothing but animated meat, pure matter, well then, how do you get these imaginary things? And if your brain is nothing but chemicals that got together by chance, how could you trust your own thinking? How can you trust your thoughts and your reasoning process? And how on earth do you tell right from wrong if evolution is true? I predict there'll be a way to find the will of the Creator, like maybe messengers speaking for him, or maybe even a book telling us how he created it and why. To me, it's common sense. If somebody designed this world, he would tell us what he wants. He owns it, and he makes the rules. And if your city passes a law that says the speed limit's 40, and they're going to give you a ticket for breaking that, well, then it's up to the city to publish the law and to post it, put up a sign, speed limit 40. And if somebody knocks it down, they preserve it. They put up another one right away. I think if God's going to be the judge one day, it's his responsibility to publish what is his law, what's he want, and to post it and to preserve it. I think I'm holding a copy of it right here. I think I know God told us pretty clearly what he wants, and we've all fallen short of the glory of God, and therefore God himself came down, became a man, and said, I'll do it for you. Now, if you'll accept my payment, my death on the cross, I'll forgive you. And I did that 53 years ago. I gave my heart to the Lord. He's now my Savior. I'm going to heaven, not at all because I'm good. I'm forgiven. I predict there'll be a life after this life where we face the Creator and give an accounting. I predict, Tom, your knee's going to bow before that Creator one day. You can be proud and haughty and cocky now, but we'll see how it holds up for you on Judgment Day. Now, if I'm wrong, I haven't lost a thing. Pascal's wager. If you're wrong, you've lost it all. So I predict there will be an order to this world. Everywhere we look, through the microscope or the telescope, we see incredible order, not chaos coming from a Big Bang explosion. We see the galaxies moving around, the dancing around of the stars, and the planets in perfect orbits around the Earth at just the right distance in the Goldilocks zone, spinning at just the right speed, just the right amount of gravity. What if we were on a heavier planet? Too much gravity, we couldn't even stand up. Everything is designed. I don't know how you guys can't see it, other than what the Bible says, 2 Peter, willingly ignorant. You mentioned ERVs. I've got quite a bit of stuff prepared on that. We'll bring it up more if you'd like. Long regarded as junk DNA or genomic dark matter, endogenous retroviruses, ERV, have turned out to represent important components of the antiviral immune response. These remnants of once infectious retroviruses not only regulate cellular immune activity, they may even directly target invading viral pathogens. So if the ERVs are in the same position on all the genes, that could very well be an intelligent design. I think you'll find a whole lot of cars for many years had the engines in the front. Yeah, that's a good design. And they had round wheels. That's a good design, better than the square ones. So I think you're taking the things that we see that, wow, look at this similarities, and saying, well, the chances are 1 billion to 1 or quadrillion to 1 that it happened by chance. Not if there's a designer. I predict if we go to the Ford Motor Company and look at the pickup trucks they're building, you'll find all the engines in the front. That's a good design. That's all. So you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing and completely misinterpreting what it means. ERVs are evidence of design. They're part of the development before the embryo is even implanted in the uterus. In this gem, we summarize mechanisms by which retroviral fossils protect us from viral infections. One focus will be on recent advances in the role of ERVs as regulators of antiviral gene expression. Scientists
30 seconds.
Identify new beneficial function of endogenous retroviruses. They have a beneficial function in the body's immune defense against common bacterial and viral pathogens. You can read all about it. You guys are so desperate for any evidence for your theory, you're now jumping on ERVs. You gave up on the rest of them, homology and gill slits and all that stuff. Bring those up. I'd love to talk about that. Anyway, I think there's no evidence for evolution. It's the dumbest idea in the world. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dino, for your opening statement. I appreciate the opening statements from the both of you. Great chat already. We are close to 300 people, and I see questions flying in, so I appreciate it. As always, we're going to have a solid audience Q&A. Just make sure you're tagging me again at Standing for Truth. Okay, so we are now in the rebuttal portion of the debate. We're going to hand it back to TJump. Tom, you have 6 minutes on the clock. Whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Sure. So Kent said science can't know things. I don't think Kent knows what knowledge is. Knowledge is a justified true belief. So if you can have a belief that evolution happened, and you have a justification, which is the evidence evolution happened in the novel testable predictions, which have been confirmed, the tens of thousands of them, that is a justified true belief. That's knowledge. So yes, we can have knowledge that dogs came from amoebas because we have a justification, which is all the evidence. We have a belief, and the belief is true. That's what knowledge is. So yes, we do have knowledge. I don't know. Maybe Kent has some different definition of knowledge than all of the philosophy textbooks. He said the origin of space, time, and matter. That's the Big Bang. We can know that. That also makes novel testable predictions, which have been confirmed through the Large Hadron Collider, through the LIGO experiment, to observations in the cosmic microwave background. Yeah, those are all predicted by science and not religion. So science has all the evidence to explain those things. It's only reasonable to believe the thing that has the evidence, and it's unreasonable to believe the thing that doesn't have evidence and is just making stuff up. So yes, that one we can know that one too. He said religion is a hypothesis of the causes, nature, and origin of the universe. That's not the definition I'm aware of. That's cosmology. I don't know what he's talking about here. Religion, as defined by the dictionary, is a belief in worship of a supernatural controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. I must have missed this part in the evolution. I don't see any supernatural, no controlling power, no god or gods. I have missed it. I don't see this. I don't see it. I want to make an atheist church. I want to make an atheist religion. I plan to do this. Evolution isn't one though. I don't get it. I think maybe there's some different special creationist dictionary I must got to buy from some place to find out all these new words that Kent is teaching me. Next. Big Bang is the dumbest idea. Well, I mean, that's interesting. I don't know. I don't think it really compares to a talking snake, a talking donkey, and a god who sent bears to maul 40 children for making fun of a bald guy. I don't know. That seems a little more ridiculous, but maybe that's just my opinion. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Ken's predictions are quite interesting because they're not really predictions. He said that there's evidence of design, but he didn't present any evidence of design. He presented an argument from ignorance. He can't understand how complex things form. Therefore, complexity equals design. That's called an argument from ignorance fallacy. That's literally the opposite of evidence. That's a fallacious argument. He said he predicts symbiotic relationships. Well, Kent, that's not a prediction if you literally see it. To predict it, you have to not know something, and then you have to make a prediction, and then you have to see the thing. If you already see the thing, and then you just say, I predict I see that thing, that's called a post hoc, not a prediction, a post-diction. So that's not a prediction. You're just explaining things we already see. Anybody can do that. It's called post-diction. That's why it's not actually evidence. That's why doesn't support your position. He said there's limits to variation. That's great. That's good. What are these limits? Which part of the DNA thing can't be changed? Because as far as I know, every part of the 3 billion long base pair can be changed just fine, and it happens all the time. It doesn't seem like there's any limits to mutation here. Like I'm missing the limits here. Which parts of the DNA can't be changed? He said that there are non-material things. That would be great. Like evidence of non-material things, phenomenal evidence. I don't see any. Purpose of life? Do you have any evidence? Can we give any novel predictions of the purpose of life? No. Consciousness? Yes, that exists. It's material. It's the consensus in neurology, psychology, cognitive science, philosophy of mind, all physical. So not non-physical. Love? All evolution. All evolution explains love. Absolute truth? That just means sentences correspond to reality. There's no non-physical thing in absolute truth. It just means A equals A. Does that describe reality? Yes. Okay. We have absolute truth. No non-physical things required. Innate knowledge, like the cuckoo bird has innate knowledge that it doesn't like eggs, and so when it hatches, it immediately pushes out all the eggs. That's from biology, because biology gives your brain certain tendencies of things it likes and doesn't like. No non-physical things required there. How do you trust your reasoning process? Well, because our reasoning process is a product of reality, so our reasoning process can't do things that aren't in reality. So like I can't imagine a round square. I can't believe I exist and be wrong. So there are things, since our brains and reasoning process is a product of reality, it can't do things that don't correspond to reality completely. They can't do logical contradictions. You can't imagine a round square. So we can trust our reasoning process because there are many facets of our reasoning process that can't be wrong. God's morality. That's funny because God drowned millions of babies in a global flood. And again, I love 2 Kings 2:24, favorite quote. Some kids made fun of a bald guy and God sent 2 bears to go maul the 40 kids. Perfect morality. Love it. Just the greatest model of morality ever I've heard in my entire life. He predicted that there's life after this life. Again, fantastic prediction. I would love it. Do we have any evidence of this? No. So, I mean, it's just, you got to confirm. The prediction has to be confirmed to be evidence. You can't just make a prediction. Like, I can predict I'm going to win the lottery in 1,000,000 years, but until it happens, it's not actually evidence. You got to confirm the prediction. That would be a good one. He mentioned Pascal's wager. Pascal's wager does not work because even if there is no God, just nature, there could still be an afterlife. And in the afterlife, the laws of physics determine that the only people who get the reward are the atheists, the rational ones who don't believe nonsense. Therefore, all of the religious people who do believe in a God will go to the hell, and all of the atheist, rational people will go to the heaven. Therefore, the probabilities for Pascal wager are exactly the same, whether your belief is for a God or for no God. So Pascal's wager doesn't actually indicate anything, doesn't support anything. For ERVs, he mentioned ERVs. For ERVs to be evidence of design, it needs to be a prediction. You need to predict it before we know about it, which you didn't do. Evolution did that. You didn't do that. You just looked at it and then said, oh, here's some information. We're going to post hoc explain that information, which is a post-diction. So it's not evidence of creationism. You're just making stuff up to explain the data and fit it into your hypothesis, which literally anyone can do. Any hypothesis can do this. Science has known this for 1,000,000 years. It's called post hoc rationalization, which is why it's not evidence. Anybody can just make up how their explanation explains the data. Why is the world round? Because a magical leprechaun made it round. Like, okay, is that evidence? No, but can you post hoc explain it? Sure, anybody can do that. So that's not evidence. So nothing can presented with evidence. You just post hoc rationalization, and evolution crushes that in every conceivable way. I will conclude there.
Okay, Tom, thank you for that rebuttal. That was about 6.5 minutes. So to be fair, we will give Kent equal time. Kent, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. You have roughly 6.5 minutes.
All right. I don't know if anybody else feels like Tom's talking 10 times too fast to understand a single word he's saying. Anybody else feel that way? I got a couple words out of that. Tom, this debate tonight is supposed to be, where's the evidence for evolution? I still like to see you offer that. What is the we're not here to attack the Bible and some bald guy, saying he wants the lions to attack, bears to attack the kids. That's got nothing to do with it. Where's the evidence for evolution? Your religion is on trial tonight. You believe these charts like this, that an amoeba, a protozoa, or a single-celled creature turned to a human. This is the textbook example of what they're teaching, that a single-celled creature became everything. Here on this chart, they've got the humans, the bears, the elephants, the dinosaurs, the grass, the tomatoes. Everything came from a single-celled creature. This is what is being taught. This is my objection. This isn't science. This is a bunch of lines on paper connecting very different creatures. They have a shark and an octopus and a squid and a snail, and grass and roses and flowers and wheat and everything going back to a common ancestor. My question would be simple. Tom, do you believe these charts represent reality and science? Is this something we can know? Nobody's ever seen a shark produce a non-shark baby. Never have seen that. If you wish to believe they came from an amoeba, congratulations, you can believe whatever you want. But that's not science. Science is what we can observe and study and test. Show me which animal or plant you think has produced offspring that are different than its kind that would lead to the conclusion that everything has a common ancestor. They draw these lines on paper, the phylogenetic tree, and say, look at this, animals, fungi, plants all have a common ancestor. That is religious belief. Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow or a dog produce a non-dog. It's not observable science. We can see a variety of bats. I think there are now 1,100 varieties of bats that have been classified. We can see varieties of elephants, two appear to be extinct, but the African, the Asian, the mammoth, the mastodon, they might have had a common ancestor. But everything inside this circle they drew with all the lines is religion. Nobody's ever seen an elephant produce a non-elephant, but they got the elephant connected back to, wow, the dolphin. Tom, do you believe an elephant and a mosquito have a common ancestor? I'll answer for you, yes, you do. And where is the evidence for that? That's not science. They say all the many forms of life on Earth today are descended from a common ancestor, which was a primitive unicellular organism. My objection is this is what the kids are taught every day, and this is a religious belief. You have successfully invaded the school system and forced your religion down the throats of every kid who has to go, and everybody else has got to pay for this to be taught. You guys who believe that all life forms, including the elephant and mosquito, had a primitive unicellular organism as common ancestor. This is what you believe, this is what you teach, this is your privilege, but it's not science. The debate tonight is, where is the scientific evidence for evolution? What is it a reasonable theory? You can draw lines and say the mammals, which include the humans, and the birds have a common ancestor, and they do draw these lines all over the place. Heath biology textbook sitting right there. And the crocodiles also. Oh, wow, came from a common ancestor. This is religious belief. My point is, it's not science. All these charts you guys make claiming common ancestor, wow, they've all got common ERVs. So we don't observe the animal producing anything other than its kind. Bobcats produce bobcats, birds produce birds, but they got birds and turtles going back to a common ancestor. Do you believe birds and turtles are related to a common ancestor? I would agree that probably a variety of birds are related to a common ancestor called a bird, but that's as far as it goes. My whole point is evolution is a religious belief. The evidence indicates fossil evidence. Stop. No fossil is going to count as evidence for evolution. When you find a fossil in the dirt, all you could prove is it died. Here's a fossilized clam. I could not prove this had any children at all. I certainly could not prove it had children that lived, and neither could you. And nobody in the world could prove it had children that lived that were different. All we see today is clams produce baby clams. That's all anybody's seen. So if you wish to believe and imagine, SpongeBob style, something else, Go ahead, but stop calling it science. I think it's nonsense. I think it's stupid. I think it's criminal to call that science and teach it to kids. They draw the lines on paper and say, look at this, everything's connected. Oh, there we got the dolphin going and the whale or the elephant. Wow, look at that. The manatee and the elephant and the dolphin have a common ancestor. That's not science. It's a bunch of lines on paper, and the kids are taught this stuff. So the Bible says clearly they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever observed. I've chosen to believe that. I can't prove that, but I know this: you won't find a farmer in the world that'll tell you that mosquitoes ever produced a non-mosquito on their property, or the cows produced a non-cow. We just had a lamb, a sheep had a baby a couple of days ago. It turned out to be a sheep. Whoa, who'd have thunk it? Our mule had a baby. Our donkey turned out to be a baby donkey. Our chickens have babies all the time. They always are chickens. My point is, it's the burden of proof is on you to prove, to offer evidence for why on earth you would think a family tree like this is science. We don't observe it. We don't test it. I tell you what, test it. Put an amoeba in the laboratory. Get as many as you want, billions of them, and try to make them produce a non-amoeba. Where is the evidence of an amoeba ever producing a non-amoeba? I would like to see that. Over to you, Tom.
Okay, perfect timing, Ken. I appreciate that. Let me shut the timer off. And gentlemen, that concludes the opening statements and the rebuttals. Great debate so far. Lots of great points to discuss here in the dialogue portion of the debate. Let's discuss one topic at a time as we do our best to remain on topic. Oh, just a second, a little bit of an echo. Okay, we're good now. Topic being, is there reasonable evidence for evolution? Okay, let's jump right into it. Dr. Dino just ended with his rebuttal. So Tom, let's allow you to start with the first point or first question. Go ahead.
Sure. So Kent said that I've never seen a non-cow come from a cow. Now, I've never seen a non-Kent come from a Kent, like his son specifically, but I can still show that his son is his son because I can look for patterns in the DNA. So even though I've never seen, I didn't see Eric being born. I didn't see Kent impregnate his wife. I have no idea these things happen. I've never directly observed them, but I can still prove his son is related to him by looking at patterns in his DNA because there are specific mutations that only exist in Kent's DNA, and we can find those patterns in his offspring because the way offspring is formed is by the mutation of those cells reproducing and creating the same patterns in his offspring as in him. Now, luckily, this same process has happened throughout all life, and so we can see the same mutation patterns in different species and know they're related in the exact same way we can know Kent has a son. Even though we've never seen a non-Kent come from a Kent, we can still conclude that they're related because of evidence, novel testable predictions. That's the ERVs, the mutations in the DNA. So those things are the evidence, Kent. I don't need to directly see a non-cow come from a cow. I just need to look at its DNA. Just like if I want to know if Eric is your son, I don't need to see a non-Kent come from a Kent. I just need to see his DNA.
Okay, let's hand it over to Kent. Equal time. Go ahead.
Okay. Tom, are there any limits to how far this DNA can change? Is a man producing a boy child that grows up to be a man, is that evidence that an amoeba can turn to a whale? I think all we've ever seen is humans produce humans and whales produce whales. You wish to believe because we see changes in the DNA and the son is not exactly like the father. Sure, all the cows are not exactly like the mother, but they're still cows. All the birds are not exactly like the mother, but they're still birds. You are imagining and muddying the water here to make it where people say, oh, wow, maybe that's true. Sure, humans produce humans. Some have red hair, some have white hair, blonde hair, some have brown hair, some have black hair. They're still human. Where is the evidence of anything beyond a man producing a boy that turns up to be a man is not a change that's going to support your theory. So where's the evidence that is my son? Do you think the difference is between me and my son and then his son, and if I get a grandson or great-grandson out of them, do you think there'll ever be a time when they're non-human?
Yes.
You think there will be?
Yes.
Is that scientifically observable, or is that just a belief system you have?
The evidence for that is scientifically observable, yes.
Explain what you mean. What evidence would make let's just take a simpler organism like an amoeba. Because they've got a short generation time. What evidence would you have that an amoeba will ever eventually produce a non-amoeba? Do it in the lab. Where's the evidence?
Well, so I can answer that the same way. What evidence do we have that a non-Kent, or that a Kent will produce a non-Kent? Well, we look at the offspring of Kent and see, oh, look, there's a difference. There's a difference in the pattern in the DNA. It's a non-Kent was produced by a Kent. So there's not an exact copy. Like, you haven't produced Kent's DNA exactly 100%. There are differences. So a non-Kent can come from a Kent, even though I haven't observed this directly, because I can see differences in the DNA. So if I want to conclude that one species will produce a different species, I would say, well, if this was the case, we could look back at different species and we'd see that there are the same patterns in this species and in this species' DNA that make them related, just like that we can determine that a non-Kent, Eric, is related to Kent because it has similar patterns in the DNA. So if we see the same patterns in DNA change across species in the same way as they do between father and son, then we can determine, hey, they share a common ancestor, just like your children share a common ancestor. The DNA patterns work the same in both.
Tom, you are muddying the water by saying a parent produces a kid. Let's say an adult human produces a miniature human.
Sure.
That's still a human.
Yep.
And that, sure, there's changes. He's different than me, and I'm different than my dad and my granddad. But by deliberately trying, man has produced a whole variety of dogs. They select for the smallest one until they get the useless ones like the pug and the chihuahua, okay? They're still dog, barely, okay?
Barely.
Is there any chance all this selective breeding, okay, they've gotten dogs now as small as a toy chihuahua. Is there any possibility in a billion years they will ever get a dog as small as a flea?
Sure, it's possible.
Or are there limits to the dog size?
Yes, like it couldn't be smaller than an atom, obviously, because they're made of atoms, so there's definitely a size limit.
Okay. If there's a size limit, we've now got the Great Dane, which is a pretty big dog. Do you think you'll ever crossbreed dogs and get a dog as big as an elephant? There are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant.
Yes, there are animals as big as an elephant, like an elephant. Yes, I agree.
Well,
yes.
Can they get a dog as big as an elephant through selective breeding?
Probably yes.
You think so? Okay.
Yes.
This is imagination. All experiments and observation says, hey, there's a limit. You might get a big dog, but the further you get away from just a normal dog, and the more you got to babysit them. Most of these would not survive in the wild.
What's the limit?
Turn the chihuahuas loose out there. The squirrels would eat them, okay?
Well, what's the limit? You said there's a limit. Like, where is the limit? Like, I would say the limit of the size would be determined by how thick the bone mass can be before it collapses in on itself. So I'd say that since elephants can do it, then yes, we could probably produce bone structures that are similarly strong in dogs.
Right. What man has observed in all of human history is everything we try to selectively breed for, whether it's sweeter apples or bigger apples or, apples that grow in cold climate or warm climate, they've got 1,100 varieties of apples that man has successfully created. They're all still apples, and most of them would not, if you like take the dogs, if you turn all the dogs loose in the world into the woods, most would not survive. Natural selection would select the general, it would go back to the general average ordinary mutt. So my point is, you guys imagine these family trees, and it's not science. We see dogs produce varieties of dogs, and we see dead ends. We see big ones and little ones, can't go any further. Ask anybody who breeds dogs, like my wife has several members of her family and people, relatives, that do this for a living. They will tell you, yeah, there's a limit. It could be the dog, the wolf, and the coyote had a common ancestor, but you believe a dog and a banana have a common ancestor, don't you, Tom?
Well, what's the limit? So yes, I believe dogs and bananas have a common ancestor, but you keep saying there's a limit. What's the limit? Because I don't see a limit. Dogs are still getting bigger. Where's the limit?
Well, I guess we'd have to go by what we observe, which is called science. We observe there's a limit. You run into a stone wall. You can't get bigger than a Great Dane. You can't get smaller than a toy chihuahua, so maybe we've reached the limit.
They do get bigger. They're getting bigger. What do you mean we can't get bigger? They are getting bigger.
Oh, get one as big as an elephant then. Come on.
Well, they get bigger in small amounts, but they are getting bigger. So we're getting there. Give us enough years, we'll get one that big.
Through selective breeding, they've gotten as big as a Great Dane.
which
Okay.
can still get bigger, so we can get them bigger than that.
You think they can get bigger?
They are getting bigger.
Show me.
Every
Where's the
generation we
observation?
get bigger ones. Like every
Right.
year there's a new bigger one.
You think they're still getting bigger?
Yes.
Every year they're getting bigger?
Yes, like that's why
You
the
believe that?
yes, that's what we have
you believe that?
competitions
Okay.
for like the largest animal or the tallest animal, and every year they get beaten by a different one because they keep getting bred to be bigger and stronger and faster. Like we have cows now that are just like 100% muscle to the point where they can't reproduce. So yeah, we've made them so big that they literally can't reproduce on their own anymore. Yes, they're still getting bigger.
Stop and think what you just said. We reached a limit, didn't we? They can't reproduce anymore. Hello?
But they're still getting bigger. They're continuing to get bigger.
Not if they're not reproducing anymore, they're going to die.
They can't.
They have to reproduce babies. They don't live forever.
They can't naturally.
You're proving my point. Evolution doesn't work.
So they can't naturally reproduce. We artificially reproduce them. Artificial insemination. They're still getting bigger. We're making them even bigger than they are now.
Through artificial insemination.
Yep.
Isn't that going to kill the mommy cow if they get the sperm from the giant bull?
No.
There is a limit. You think they'll ever get a cow as big as an elephant?
Yes, that's also possible.
Okay. You think they'll ever get a cow as big as Texas?
No.
So there is a limit somewhere in there, right?
Yeah, the laws of physics mean that atoms can't hold themselves together, but that has nothing to do with
physics
DNA.
and all of genetics and all of observation says there's limits. 339 breeds of dogs.
That's not the limit. That's not Texas. 339 breeds is not the size of Texas. So all of evolution is, yes, we agree in evolution there are limits. Like obviously you can't break the laws of physics. You can't make a dog that can travel faster than the speed of light, okay? But we can have like amoebas go to dogs. That's simpler than creating a dog the size of Texas. So yes, we agree, evolution, no, you can't make a dog the size of Texas because literally the atoms would not be able to hold themselves together. But you can make an amoeba into a dog because the only difference there is the pattern in the ATCG and the DNA, which is very easy to change, happens all the time.
Okay, now wait a minute. You just said, 415, Alt-DV, 415. You just said we can get an amoeba into a dog, I believe is what you said. We go back and play.
It's literally happened and we have proof, yes.
Wait. You're saying we have turned an amoeba into a dog? Is that your statement?
Evolution did, yes. We can prove it, yes.
You can prove that?
Yes.
All we've ever seen is amoeba produce amoeba.
I've never seen a non-Kent be produced by a Kent, but I can still prove it happened.
I'd like to see how many science laboratories are there. Tell you what, I will give you $500 if you can get an amoeba to produce a non-amoeba.
Well, if I could do that in a lab on my own, I'd win a Nobel Prize, which would give me $1 million. So that would be I could get a lot more than $500 for that. But again, I only need one lab here. Like I can show a non-Kent was produced by a Kent with one lab with just doing DNA tests. I can show an amoeba went into a dog with the same DNA testing. It only takes one lab to do this. It's just basic evidence.
They take a lot of labs. Okay, get all the labs in the world. They have these family trees like it's part of science. Let me go back up here. And they call this science. It's not science. To say an amoeba turned to a human or a protozoa turned to a human, all we've ever observed is protozoa produce protozoa, amoeba produce amoeba, humans produce humans. You're choosing to call it an adult and a kid muddying the water. It's still a human. Has any human ever produced a non-human? How many babies have been born in the history of the world, and how many have turned out to be human?
I don't understand. Human. I don't understand what you're saying here. So I've never observed a Kent produce a non-Kent. I've never observed this happen, but I can still prove it happened. You don't need to directly observe one species evolving to another one. You don't need to observe that. You can prove it happened without observing it. It's called evidence. DNA.
You can prove an amoeba turned to a dog. Please, yep. What evidence do you have for that? This is your debate. You're supposed to show the evidence for evolution. Why would you believe such a dumb thing? That an amoeba can turn to a dog. Why do you believe that?
Because that hypothesis has made successful novel predictions that have told us many things about the world that we didn't know yet. It was able to predict the future and give us insight into how the world worked before we knew it. And it's the only theory that did that. So it's the only one that any rational person can believe and be justified.
Whoa. The theory that God said they're always going to bring forth after their kind, when that's what we observe, that's a rational theory. All we've ever seen is amoeba produce amoeba and dogs produce dogs, and they don't ever change.
Well, that's again post hoc rationalization. That's not a prediction. That's people that are goat herders 2,000 years ago looking around them and saying what happens, and then they wrote it down in a book. That's not a prediction, that's a post-diction. So that's not evidence. That's goat herders writing down what they observe.
Yeah. And some moron walking around the islands because you can't get a real job named Charlie Darwin sees a bunch of birds, produce a bunch of birds, and says, wow, this proves everything's created. You want to make fun of the goat herders, man. You're like to make fun of your stupid religious leader, Charlie Darwin, too.
Well, that's I agree with you there. So what Darwin said wasn't evidence. What Darwin said was a theory, and then the evidence was when his theory was confirmed. He predicted things and he got it right, and that was the evidence. So his predictions aren't anything, but at least he made predictions about things we didn't know yet, and then once he got those right, they were proven correct. That's the evidence, which didn't happen for the Bible.
Okay.
They didn't. Never has that happened.
I will predict something that we don't know yet. I will predict that if you start with a colony of amoeba in a laboratory and let them grow and develop and reproduce for 1,000 generations, I will predict it'll still be an amoeba. How's that for a prediction, Tom?
We do already know that. That's something that's literally been done in a lab. We have like things going on for 50.
I'm sorry, I cannot understand what you are saying. Talk more clearly and enunciate and slow down. What did you say?
I said we have done that. We've literally done that in a lab.
Right.
1,000 generations isn't enough to produce a new species. So you're again, that's not a prediction. I just don't think you understand what a prediction is.
I understand what a prediction is and a postdiction. Now listen. So
well, then why do you not give any predictions? You keep like if you give me a prediction because you don't. Okay. I don't think you do know what it is.
In the laboratory, you're saying they did 1,000 generations of an amoeba, and it was still an amoeba because that's not enough time.
Yep.
I will predict if you give it 10 trillion generations, it'll still be an amoeba.
Okay, that's a good prediction, but now we would need to confirm it. Until you confirm it, it's not evidence for your position. So if you do that, if you do the experiment and you prove that after 10 trillion things, no new species is formed, then that would be evidence of your position. But since you haven't done that experiment, it's not evidence of your position.
That's why I said every farmer on the planet that has ever raised anything from corn to potatoes to cows to anything will tell you they always produce the same kind.
Which
that's
isn't
what everybody's
evidence.
ever seen. Since they first started planting wheat and developing it, they've got wheat that grows in dry soil and moist climates, and they got wheat that'll handle the cold weather, and they've got a whole variety of wheat, but they still got wheat, 100 different varieties. They can't get out of wheat. It's still wheat. Same thing. Let's take the dogs as a classic example. All they ever get are dogs. I predict they'll always get a dog, no exceptions. That's what every farmer in the history of the world will tell you. But you wish to imagine, religious imagination, that if it went long enough, these amoeba would produce a non-amoeba.
Yeah, because that is evidence.
Show the kids in school an amoeba turning into a human.
Where's
the scientific evidence for that?
How
many generations did that take, Tom, to turn that amoeba to a human?
Billions, I think.
Billions of generations.
Yep.
So the instead of turning a frog to a prince with a kiss, you're going to turn the frog to a prince with billions of years. Your magic ingredient is time.
It's DNA.
I got your formula. Let's see.
Mutation in DNA, which we can again prove. So I don't understand the problem here.
There you go. I'll send you one if you'd like. If you add millions of years, that'll work. If that doesn't work, try billions of years. Tom, it doesn't work with trillions or quadrillions or quintillions or sextillions of years. It won't work.
Yes, it does. We can prove it does.
Science. You believe it would happen. You imagine it might happen, but that's not science. Where's the scientific evidence that an amoeba turned to a human?
Well,
the kids are being taught that. Where's the science?
I've already answered that many times, and I was correct with all of my answers before. But as you mentioned, the 1,000 experiments that we've done, the 1,000 generations of bacteria, we can measure the rate of genetic change in those things, and then we can plot out the rate and show, oh, look, if this rate continues over billions of years, yes, we can get dogs from amoebas. So yeah, we've literally proven that we can do that in exactly the time frame predicted by evolution. We don't need like billions. The planet's only 4.5 billion years old.
I predict that cows can be trained to jump higher and higher if you work them out, put them in the gym, and make them lift weights, etc. And a cow can jump. Therefore, if we work hard enough, a cow can jump over the moon. That's what you are saying, Tom.
No, it's not at all what I'm saying.
Yes, you are.
No.
All we ever see is amoeba produce amoeba.
Which I've already explained. I never see a Kent produce a non-Kent, but I can still prove it. Again, you keep being confused because you think you need to directly observe this. I mean, we can directly observe macroevolution in lab. We have done this, but you don't accept that. So it's not really, I can prove that too, but we don't need to. Like, you keep saying, we haven't observed a non-cow come from a cow. Well, I haven't observed a non-Kent come from a Kent. I don't need to. Like, we can prove it's true without directly observing it. So you saying we haven't directly observed it doesn't disprove anything. I can still prove it's true. I don't need to directly observe it.
Science is what we observe, study.
Yes, like what I just said, yes.
Okay. In the lab, they've been raising amoeba and bacteria and all kinds of things for, let's say the history of really modern science goes back a few hundred years, when they had microscopes the last 300 or 400 years to be able to do this kind of, even see these kind of things. So we've observed for a couple hundred years these bacteria or amoeba or protozoa in the laboratory, and they've done cultures on them, and they've raised who knows how many quadrillions of them. Have they ever gotten a protozoa, or let's take an amoeba, have they ever gotten an amoeba to produce a non-amoeba?
An amoeba to prove, again, I don't need to prove that. I can just show that does the DNA change? Yes, I've proven it. So I don't need to observe this. I can prove it through looking at the patterns in the DNA, just like I can prove a non-Kent came from a Kent without ever seeing it. Has a lab ever taken a non-Kent and produced a Kent, or a Kent and produced a non-Kent? No, it's never happened in a lab. Can I prove it true, though? Yes, I can still look at your DNA and prove Kent produced a non-Kent, just like I can prove other animals can evolve to other species.
Prove any such thing. You can imagine, all we've ever seen is kids produce kids.
Kids produce kids?
What? Well, humans produce humans. So you're muddying the water with kids and adults. Humans produce humans. That we can observe. I got 3 myself, okay?
Right.
And they've got some, I got a bunch of grandkids. So I'd be willing to predict when my grandkids get married and have babies, they will be human. I'll predict that. I'll bet you $100 on that one.
Great. And I've already disproven that point and you haven't addressed it. So I can prove a Kent can produce a non-Kent, and I don't need to observe it. So that's your argument. You've never observed. One second. You never observed.
I'm not understanding what you're saying. Are you saying a Kent, K-E-N-T, or a kid, K-I-D?
Kent, Kent Hovind, Kent. A Kent produces a non-Kent. Kent produces Eric. Eric is not Kent. Kent produces a non-Kent.
And that is your evidence that an amoeba turned to a human?
No,
Tom,
that's
what planet are you living on anyway, son?
No, that's not my argument here. Is that your argument is silly, and I can prove your argument is silly. So your argument is that we've never seen
you will find a sane person in the world who will believe what you just said.
Let me try to explain here. So your argument is that we've never seen a cow produce a non-cow. Now let me take that argument. I'm going to reframe the structure here and use the exact same structure of your argument, and let's see how silly your argument is. I've never observed a Kent produce a non-Kent, just like I've never observed a cow produce a non-cow. But I can still prove both in the exact same way by looking at the DNA. I can look at the DNA of your kids and compare it to yours and be like, oh, look, a Kent has produced a non-Kent. There's evidence of this. So I can believe that a Kent, has produced a non-Kent by looking at the evidence, just like I can prove that a cow or an amoeba has produced a non-amoeba by looking at the DNA evidence. So I can be justified in both without ever having to see a Kent produce a non-Kent, because I can look at the DNA, which is the evidence. So I don't need to see a Kent produce a non-Kent. I just need to see the DNA.
Right. I think we are watching visible evidence that our public school produces morons.
Well, I mean, I didn't go to public school, so I think you've lost.
Okay. You can believe whatever you wish to believe, okay? This is not science. True, Kent produced a non-Kent. Therefore, amoebas and mosquitoes and whales are related. What kind of logic is that?
So if a Kent can produce a non-Kent...
I'm a human being. I have the same number of chromosomes as my son. There are differences. I have more blonde hair. He has more red hair. Okay? So we're still human. This is not evidence that cows and bananas are related. You guys want all the kids to be taught that everything is related. That's not science. It's an imagination. And you didn't offer evidence. Well, a Kent produced a non-Kent. Tom, that argument is stupid.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's very stupid because it's your argument, and I'm just mirroring it to show how stupid your argument is. Yes, I agree it's a stupid argument because it's yours.
Show me a human that produced a non-human. And let's use the word human and talk slowly so I can understand you.
Like, again, so I don't Again, the whole point here is I'm mirroring your argument. I'm trying to show you that your own argument is stupid by taking your argument and replacing the nouns. Like, I've never seen a kint produce a non-kint, but can I still have evidence? Even though I've never seen it, can I still have evidence it's true? Yes. So the fact that I've seen it, what this proves is that whether or not I've actually seen a kint produce a non-kint doesn't matter to the argument, because there's other things that count as evidence here. So whether or not I've seen an amoeba evolve into a cow doesn't matter, for the same reason it doesn't matter if I've seen a kint produce a non-kint, because there's this other thing that works as evidence. It's called DNA. I don't need to see it if I have the other evidence.
Okay, so you saw a kint produce a non-kint, and therefore, because we have probably differences in our DNA, therefore mosquitoes and whales are related. That's your logical conclusion from that?
No.
From kint produced a non-kint. Well, the purpose of the debate is for you to provide evidence for evolution.
Right.
I finally found the slides. Slide number 1415, Alt-DV, 1415. Okay. There are 50 varieties of what? Put my slides up. Put my slides up. Hey, wake up over there. There are 50 varieties of watermelons. I predict they had a common ancestor. I predict they will always produce watermelons. The Bible says they'll bring forth after their kind. There are 500 to maybe 1,000 varieties of mangoes. They probably had a common ancestor. They produced after their kind. 2,500 varieties of apples. They are always going to produce an apple. Okay? Always. How many wasps are there? 17,000 species of wasps. Wow. 3,000 varieties of tomatoes. All we've ever seen is they produce the same kind. Where's the evidence of anything other than that? A kint produced a non-kint. Is that going to be your argument?
No, that's your argument. I'm trying to show why your argument easily fails, and we can prove your argument fails. So, like, you're saying the fact that we've never seen a non-cow produce a cow is evidence that it's never happened. That's your argument. And so I could use the same argument and say the fact I've never seen a kint produce a non-kint is evidence it's never happened. Now you could say, well, that's silly. See, I don't need to. You don't need to have seen my child being born to know he's my child. There's a different way. You don't need to see it. There's a different way to show this has happened. And that's with this thing called DNA. We can do ancestry tests and be like, oh, look, his DNA has the same mutations as your DNA, and so you're related. And since we can do the same thing with animals, we don't need to see it happen because it's happened over a long time frame. We can't literally see long time frames, but we can still know it happened in the exact same way we know that Eric is your son by comparing the DNA. So the whole point of the kint and non-kint thing is that we don't need to see it, Kent. I've disproven your argument. I don't know why you keep repeating. I've already crushed it.
Now, focus, Daniel-san. Listen carefully. There are 7,500 varieties of apples. I bet they have very similar DNA. There may be some differences in the DNA of the apples. I don't know. Actually, I don't care. But I'd be willing to bet they're always going to be an apple. So because there's differences in the DNA between the different kinds of apples, therefore, apples are related to pigs. That's your logic.
No. So I'm saying that there are patterns in both the apples and the pigs that are the same, just like there's patterns between Eric and you that are the same. So the patterns in the separate species, both the pigs and the apples, is the same. Okay. They have the same ERV, same endogenous retroviruses in the exact same location, right. Same DNA. So we can know they're related in the same way we know all of your kids are related. So we know your Eric and I don't know the other kid's name. Right. They're both related to you because they have the same patterns at the same location, the same pattern in the DNA structure. So we know they came from the same parents. Right. And we do the same thing with pigs and apples and amoebas.
Okay. I will confess that my son and I had a common ancestor, grandpa and great-grandpa. And I'm embarrassed to say it, but you and I probably have a common ancestor also, if we go back far enough. We're still human. The apples that we see have a common ancestor called an apple. Sure, there's variations of the DNA. You might get red ones or green ones or yellow ones or big ones or little ones or sour ones or sweet ones, but they're always apple. There are 17,000 species of wasps. Might have had a common ancestor. That doesn't prove wasps are related to tomatoes. There might be DNA similarities. That could prove a common designer. That's a different argument. I don't know. All I know is all science has ever observed is tomatoes produce tomatoes. Farmers, they do it, and you get a new crop every year. Now with Kent producing Eric, that took, well, it didn't take very long to produce him, but raising him took a long time. So that's a different story. So I think that we get a new generation time for tomatoes every year. Wow. So in one human lifetime, we could observe, 70 different generations. You couldn't do that with humans. So let's take something with a shorter time frame, like amoebas. You believe there's evidence that amoebas produced a non-amoeba. I know you do. You think an amoeba turned to a human, and you think they should put those charts in the school because they drew a line between the human going back to an amoeba. Amoebas have a real short generation time. One scientist in the laboratory could probably, in a 30-year lifespan, watch thousands of generations of amoeba. Where is the evidence that an amoeba ever produced a non-amoeba? Google it. Has an amoeba ever produced a non-amoeba?
Yes.
So far, no, but we're going to keep trying. Someday it'll happen. Okay, well, until then, it's not science.
No, again, so I've already proved that wrong, like to the point where any child, like it's like at least above 5, can understand this. You don't need to directly observe it to prove it happened. You can prove it happened in other ways. And so I've debunked your argument there, Kent. You've lost that point.
Wait. It could happen another way. What other way is it? Where's the evidence of a watermelon producing a non-watermelon? They got itty-bitty ones the size of a grape.
No, okay. I'll say it slower for you. So try to listen.
No, not only slower, but use some common sense this time. Go ahead.
Well, the problem is you didn't understand the words I said. I don't think you comprehended the sentence and the argument there. So the argument is that we don't need to directly observe it happening. There are other ways to prove it happened other than directly observing it. This is a thing in science called indirect observation, which is a kind of observation, so we can prove that Eric is your son in a different way other than seeing it happen. We don't need to see it happen to prove it happened. We can prove it happened in a different way. So you keep saying we've never seen evolution happen. We have, right, but that's a different topic. But that doesn't matter because we can prove it in other ways. We can look at the
Correct.
Patterns in the DNA. So if we look at the
There's
patterns in the
who
DNA,
saw Eric get created. We
right,
close the door. Okay.
Right. Yes. Which means I've never seen it. So I've never seen Eric being created. But right, can I prove it? Can I prove it still happened?
Sure. Okay. So
how do I do that?
Way, the Bible says they bring forth after their kind.
Wait,
what way?
Wait. I had a question. How would I prove that Eric was your son?
We are both human. We both fit the category of mankind. How would you, I'd rather divert it to something more common sense. How would you prove wasps and tomatoes are related?
I had a question here. So this is a specific question. I'm asking you. Don't try to diverge. Don't try to avoid the crushing argument that's going to destroy your entire position. How would I prove that Eric is your son?
Well, there could be DNA testing to prove Eric is my son.
So, but I never saw it happen. I never saw a Kent produce a non-Kent. It's never been done in a lab. No one in a lab has ever produced a Kent from a non-Kent. Therefore, it's a lie. Completely not evidence, because it doesn't matter, because I've never seen a Kent come from a non-Kent.
Calm down, Tom. In any court of law, there are different types of evidence. There is direct evidence. There is indirect evidence. There is inference. And they have different weights that they carry in law. We could see probably the DNA code of all these different tomatoes have enough similarities that we could say maybe all the tomatoes had a common ancestor. That does not prove tomatoes and wasps have a common ancestor. You are wildly jumping to conclusions, trying to include your religious belief that everything had a common ancestor. Nobody designed it. You're wildly jumping to the conclusion to try to avoid the obvious that God said they bring forth after their kind. You don't like that. Okay, lump it. He said they bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. Kent Hovind, a human being, produced Eric Hovind, a human being, and he produced his kids, a human being. That's it. That's not proof we're related to apples. There is no direct or indirect, certainly no indirect direct evidence. You can imply this if you want. Wow, look at this. They're both eukaryotes. Wow. You know, apples and humans are both attracted by gravity. Oh, that proves they're related. That's the kind of dumb logic you evolutionists follow. This is insane. Where's the scientific evidence that everything is related, Tom? You're the one who believes this stuff. Do you believe you're related to an apple?
Yes, I am related to apples.
I believe it too.
Congratulations, you've accepted evolution. I win the debate.
Okay, let me jump in, guys. This has been a great debate. We've got over 420 people in the chat. many calling this historical. So it's definitely been a ton of fun. The timer for the discussion went off about 5 minutes ago. So we had about a 35-minute discussion. I really just didn't know where to jump in. Great discussion and dialogue, guys. Let's move into some closing statements. Tom started off the discussion, so we'll let Dr. Kent end it. Tom, we're going to hand it over to you for a 5-minute concluding statement. Then Kent will give you a 5-minute concluding statement. Then we'll get into some audience questions. So, Tom, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I demonstrated why Kent's argument doesn't work with his own words there. He's like, oh, you've never observed it happen in a lab. And I said, well, there's other ways to show evidence, and it's the DNA pattern. And then when I flipped his argument on him, so I've never seen in a lab a Kent produce a non-Kent, he admitted that there's this other kind of evidence that you don't literally need to see it happen if you have this other kind of evidence called DNA testing. So he admitted that we can discover this in other ways. We don't need to see it in a lab. So it kind of undermined his entire point, and he admitted it. And then just to put a cherry on top, he admitted that I'm related to apples, which proves evolution. So thank you.
All right, I appreciate the closing statement there, Tom. Short and sweet. We also did just set a new record. We got 425 people live. The previous record was another debate with Kent on end times theology, where we had about 420 live. So great job keeping this a fun debate. So Kent, we're going to hand it over to you, brother. 5-minute concluding statement whenever you are ready.
All right, so by Tom's logic, if I observe him being a careless driver for 10 seconds, that proves he created every accident in the world. There are about 60 different kinds of oak trees in the United States. They might have had a common ancestor. 195 varieties of chickens, 8 kinds of bears, 50 varieties of watermelons, 7,500 varieties of apples. Okay, I accept the fact that there are variations of all these things. I think it's evidence they had a common creator, not a common ancestor. Okay, 45 varieties of pumpkins, I accept that. 111 varieties of pine trees. Okay, 12,000 varieties of grass. Whoa, okay. 150 species of roses and a bunch of hybrids. 60 species of rats. 1,000 species of sharks and rays. New species discovered every year. I agree with that. 60 species of eagles. I accept all that. That is science. Anything inside that circle is religion. It is not observable that eagles have a common ancestor with sharks. You can believe that if you want. I don't see how you can't see the idiocy of your logic. I accept the fact that cows can jump. They can be trained to jump higher if you work them out. Therefore, cows can jump over the moon if we wait long enough. This is your logic. I think evolution, as I stand my ground, evolution is the dumbest and most dangerous religious cult in the history of the world. You can believe you're related to an apple if you want. Do you eat them? Are you eating your relatives? Whoa. You believe you came from a rock, which is what evolution teaches. The earth cooled down, had a hard rocky crust. It rained on the rocks for millions of years, turned them into soup, and the soup came alive. Tom, do you drive on the highway and run over your ancestors? I think evolution has got to be the dumbest and most dangerous idea mankind has ever come up with. It's a desperate attempt to get away from the obvious fact God created the world. There's no other explanation. There's no other explanation than to say some human mind, some man created this ink pen. There isn't a good natural explanation to leave man out of the equation. There's no natural explanation to explain the salt shaker. Even though it's made of clay, which is right here in my gravel pit, you can't say this thing made itself. There is no naturalistic explanation within the clay to create the salt shaker. There's no natural explanation within the dirt to create man. Now, God can take the dirt and make man. Man can take the dirt and make pottery out of the clay. Man can take iron ore and make a car, but the iron ore can't make a car by itself. You guys want so badly to leave God out of the equation. Okay, we'll see how that works for you Judgment Day. I did my best. I tried. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate it. Dr. Dino, that concludes the closing statements. Again, fantastic debate, tons of fun. Time flies by. So let's get in about 15 to 20 minutes worth of audience questions. We have a ton here. So what we'll do, as we usually do, is whoever the question is for, we'll make sure they get the last word. Tom, let's say the question's for you. We'll let you respond. Kent can add in a few points. Then we'd give Tom the last word. Okay, so let's pick the first question that came in all the way at the beginning. And also, I want to thank everybody for their super chats and comments. Okay, here we go. So this first one comes in from Rebel Nazarene, and it looks like this question is for you, Tom. So Rebel asks, ask Tom, how can the law of entropy and evolution both be true? They are opposite phenomenon. Go ahead.
They are not opposite phenomenon. Entropy is just the state that usable energy decreases over time. Evolution is an added set of organization, which does take energy, but as long as there's some other source emitting more energy than it takes to build the organization and evolution, then entropy is conserved because there's more energy being lost than gained. So the fact that we have this big thing called the sun, which emits tons and tons of energy, there's excess energy sent off by the sun, then is required to produce the organization and evolution. Therefore, the net system of the solar system is still losing more energy than it's gaining, even though in certain pockets of it, where heat and chemical interactions happen, there is some organization being gained. The overall amount of entropy is still decreasing or increasing because the amount of energy is being lost because the amount the sun is emitting is far more than the amount required to do evolution. It's very simple.
All right, I appreciate it there, Tom. We'll hand it over to Kent. If there's anything you wanted to add, go ahead.
Well, yeah, he has demonstrated great faith to believe that the sun's energy is going to somehow make these changes. What we've seen is the law of entropy. Everything seems to be falling apart. Everything degrades. The more the gene code is multiplied and the DNA, we're gathering a genetic load. Mankind today has a genetic load much greater than 1,000 years ago. There's all kinds of defects in our genes. They're slowly, if you took a piece of paper with anything written on it and ran it through the copier, then you took the copy and ran it through the copier, and you made a copy of the copy of the copy. You go about 20 or 30 generations, you won't be able to read it. We're about probably 300 or 400 generations from Adam, and our DNA code is degrading. It's not improving. And so the law of entropy is true. Adding more sunlight is going to make it worse. You're going to get a sunburn. So to add energy doesn't help. Dropping a hand grenade into a pile of sticks will not build a house. Adding energy, it takes intelligence to take the sticks and turn them into something useful. It takes intelligence to get the clay out of the ground and turn it into a salt shaker. It takes intelligence, okay? It does not take intelligence to graduate from school these days, but it does take intelligence to build things, okay? So I rest my case. Go ahead.
Thank you there, Dr. Dino. And Tom, question was for you. If you want a final word, go ahead.
Oh yeah, we can obviously see things are growing in complexity. Like all life grows. You start from a kid form, and then you grow and add complexity to your life form. Crystals add complexity from the beginning. Things organize all the time. If you add energy to the system, it can organize if there's excess energy in the system. So it's pretty obvious how this is possible. Life can organize in the system if excess energy is being added to it by, like, I don't know, the sun.
Okay, thanks for that final word there, Tom. Moving on to the next question. This one comes in from Born 100 Years Late. I've got it up on screen here. And again, the question is for you, TJump. So he asks, 1,000 generations isn't enough time for one change. How many changes are necessary for a completely new kind? And he just says, do the math. How does this fit in your timeline?
Yeah, so it depends. Like, there's no such thing as a kind. That's just a made-up definition by creationists. There are different kinds of species, and different kinds of species have been produced in a lab. Like, there's been the longest experiment on evolution. I think it's gone on since I was born, 33 years or so, where they've done continuous different generational changes to E. coli and some of the fastest reproducing bacteria in order to test evolution. And they have produced many different species of bacteria. So yes, we've literally seen it happen. 1,000. I mean, each generation has changes. Like, there are tens of thousands of changes and mutations in every generation. But to create a new species takes more, depending on your definition of species. And science has proven this in a lab. We know what causes different species, and it happens all the time. There's not like a specific number. It's just based on when do the changes happen enough to produce a new functionality that makes it a different kind of a thing, like going from a single-celled organism to a multicellular organism, which we have also observed happen in the lab. So I mean, it's not like a specific number. There's just like an on average, this is the amount it takes given the environmental factors. But it definitely happens. I don't know the exact number, but we've seen it happen many times.
Okay, over to Kent for your response.
Another clear demonstration of his faith, his religion. He believes it could happen if we give it enough time. This isn't science. I think in science class, we should teach science. I think in math class, they should teach math. History class, teach history. Evolution is not science. It's a religious belief that if we gave it more generations, the question is very legitimate. 1,000 generations isn't enough time. How many would it take? I covered a couple of weeks ago. I was trying to find my slides now. I got about 80,000 slides. There's no good definition of species. There are 21 different definitions of species now. What exactly is a species? Is a dog and a wolf a different species? Yes. Can they still interbreed? Yeah. Well, so he said that creation has made up the word kind. No, God made up that. He said 10 times in the first chapter they're going to bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen is dogs produce dogs. Cows produce cows. Anybody wishes to believe something other than that is welcome to believe it, but it's not science. There we go, 537. Almost found it. 537. Enter. Mankind has played around with the gene code and selectively bred different kinds of corn, different kinds of dogs, 12,000 species of grass in the family, in the world. They're still grass. They're still a plant. Do you think they'll ever, with enough generations, if we give it 20 trillion generations, will they turn grass into an elephant? You believe they would, but that's not science. That's a religion. I wish you guys could admit you have a religious belief and stop pretending it is science.
Thank you for the response there, Kent. And TJump, again, question was for you. Go ahead.
My faith in evolution is equal to my faith that a Kent produced a non-Kent. And so if he thinks that's faith, then I guess so.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for the engagement on that. Good question. So next one comes in short and sweet. This comes in from Bubblegum Gun. I appreciate the super chat and the support. So question again is for you, TJump. So he asks, can a Chihuahua evolve into a wolf? If so, do it. So there you go. He's challenging you.
Yes, it can. Can you donate all of your money to my bank account? If so, do it.
All right, thank you. There you go. There's a challenge out there for you. Bubblegum Gun. So over to you, Dr. Dino. Anything you'd like to add?
I suspect that the original dog kind, let's call it a wolf, maybe it was something like a wolf, has been selectively bred down to the Chihuahua, and they might have lost now a lot of their original genetic code. They didn't gain anything. They lost to where you probably could take all the Chihuahuas and crossbreed them and get, a little closer back, but I don't think you're ever going to go all the way back to a wolf. If it happened, it'd still be a dog kind. Didn't prove nothing. Except they wasted a lot of money making the stupid Chihuahua.
Thank you, Ken. TJump, final word?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, here we go. Next question comes in from Endo. $5 super chat. Again, I appreciate the support. Endo asks, Kent. So question for you there, Kent. How similar does DNA need to be to show that we have a common relative? He says, are chimps' DNA similar enough? Neanderthals, for example, or it only works for your son?
Well, I know it worked for my son. I think in a court of law, they would try to look at DNA and say, there are limits to this. How much can you prove? I think we could prove that probably, humans from Asia and humans from Africa and humans from North America have a common ancestor if you go back far enough. I think his name was Adam. I even know his wife's name, Eve, and I know where they lived. Yeah, Garden of Eden. So that's as far as we can take it. Humans produce humans. One of my people said, Kent produced a non-Kent. Well, did you expect an exact clone? What do you expect out of this? Good observation. So yes, I think that the DNA, there's a lot of variety within the DNA. You can take the English letters, the 26 English letters, and rearrange them and produce thousands of words. But you're never going to get Chinese out of there. It's not available. Go ahead.
So I don't think he answered the question. Like the question was, what is the limitation here? How would, in a court of law, if they look at your DNA and your son's DNA and say, yes, you're related, and they look at a chimpanzee DNA and a dolphin DNA, why would they not also say they're related? What point of the similarity in the DNA is the court of law going to be like, nah, not related, even though they have the same patterns?
Well, I'm in the middle of my library here with thousands of books. I think we could prove all of them have the same 26 letters of the alphabet for their code to write the book. Therefore, all these books have the same author. That's your logic. Look, they got the same 26 letters. Aha, proof of the same author. Of course, there are limits. Yes, you can rearrange the words of the 26 letters and get a lot of different words. That's the code everybody in English writes with, the same 26 letters. I bet we could find similar sentences in some of these books. So it's not proving a common ancestor. That's the code with which you write it. The fact that chimpanzees have a few similarities with humans doesn't prove common ancestry. Microsoft Word has a lot of identical lines of code to Microsoft PowerPoint. That doesn't prove they came from Morse code. That proves the same guys are reusing some of the code. So God used some of the code to make fingers in humans. And guess what? Chimpanzees have fingers. Whoa, let's use the same code to tell the body to develop a finger. It doesn't prove ancestry. Same designer wrote the code. Chevy puts round tires on their trucks and on their cars. That's proof they came from a skateboard.
All right, I appreciate the answers there and responses on a good question. Also, disclaimer to the audience, we got a lot of great super chats, and I appreciate that. But any super chat that comes with either an ad hom towards the debaters or even an off-topic question, I can't ask those. So I appreciate the support, but we're not going to ask those types of questions. So here's the next question. This one comes in from Redefine Living. This question is for... looks like it's for you there, Tom. So he asks, question, did evolution predict that endogenous retroviruses would have function before these specific functions were found?
Yes. So function as defined by the ENCODE project is just any binding kind of thing. And so, yes, we predicted that the ERVs and pretty much every pattern in DNA would have a function and that it would bind to other molecules in DNA. They don't have any coding function. They don't code for anything, but they do have a function in the fact that they do bind with other molecules. So yes, that was predicted by evolution a long time ago.
Okay. Thank you, Tom, for the response. Kent, anything you wanted to add?
I disagree completely. The evolution of religion was invented way before they ever heard of an ERV. Now, everything that is discovered since Darwin came up with this dumb idea somehow has to be shoehorned into this dumb religion. So anything they find will be forced to fit that theory. So no, he is not correct. ERVs weren't even heard of, weren't even thought, never discovered until way after Darwin's religion was invented. So he is mistaken.
Thank you. And TJump, question was for you. Final word.
Apparently, if Darwin didn't do it, it's not a prediction by evolution. I have never heard of this. I've never heard that all predictions must have been made by the first writing and the first version of the first theory by the guy who wrote it, or else it doesn't count. This is a new thing. Again, this must be in this creationist document of new definitions I haven't heard of. I got to find this creationist book of new definitions. It's got some really interesting stuff in there.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. Let's get to the next question here, man. This chat is flying. So let me see if I can find it again. Actually, no, I got it up on screen here. So $10 super chat comes in from William Jacksonville, Jackson Y. I appreciate it. So question is for, I guess it's for you, TJump. So he says, Kent is a name of a human. So yes, he produces humans, but yes, he could name him Kent. So I don't know, I guess...
He's saying a Kent could produce a Kent rather than a non-Kent, which would be fine. I mean, because the whole point of my argument was that has a Kent ever produced a non-Kent, and do we have reason to believe it other than the fact we have never seen it? So even if Kent did produce a Kent, like an exact copy, or just named his kid Kent, that would still be evidence to my argument, because the argument is do we have evidence that Kent produced a non-Kent even though we haven't seen it? And the answer is yes. Which means we also have evidence that an amoeba can produce a fish, even though we haven't seen it.
Okay.
All right. Actually, yes, I did produce a Kent. My first son is named Kent. Okay. Then I produced a non-Kent named Eric. Then I produced a daughter. Whoa. Now what are we going to do? Gee whiz. They're very different. They're all human, Tom. Human. That doesn't prove we're related to mosquitoes.
I still don't think you were following the argument there.
I follow it. I think it's retarded. Go ahead.
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
All right. You guys are making for a good debate. So here we go. I appreciate good question and good super chat. And thank you for the answer there, Dr. Hovind. So next one that comes in, now we got one for you, Tom. So good mix of questions, it looks like, at this point. So this one is from Landon Freeman. So he asks, venom has allegedly evolved roughly 30 times independently. I think he's pointing to convergent evolution. How can a goalless, mindless process like evolution be so consistent, repeatedly reintroducing biological features?
Because it's determined by the laws of physics, so they come up with similar patterns. And so if the environment is beneficial in the environment, then it will more likely evolve in something that's detrimental in the environment. And so because it's determined by physical patterns and structures, some things will more likely evolve than others. And so we'll see patterns like legs and lungs and eyes. Yes, the things that are beneficial will evolve more often.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Dr. Hovind.
Wishful thinking. I think the venom and the method to inject it, like let's take a rattlesnake, for example. The whole system of injecting the venom that a rattlesnake puts in is a really complicated system. It has heat sensing organs that can it can sense the heat in the dark to find the prey, bite it, inject the venom. And it has to constantly reproducing this new venom. So I think the venom production system, whether it's a mosquito or a wasp or a rattlesnake or a black widow spider, is mind-boggling in its complexity. You'd almost think there was a designer if you hadn't gone to public school.
And I think it was for you, Tom. You can have a quick final word.
That's fine.
Okay, let's move on. We got a ton of super chats coming in here, guys. So we're gonna get through these last three and call it there. Time is flying by. So this next one comes in from SWE, and okay, we got it up on screen. Chat is wild, so I appreciate the lively chat. Okay, $10 super chat. I appreciate it from SWE. This one is for you, Dr. Hovind. So she asks, what does Kent think about the fact that studies have shown the single-celled ancestor of animals likely already had some of the mechanisms that animal cells use to develop into different tissue types?
Well, if I understand the question correctly, the single-celled organism, let's take it and call it an amoeba, already had the mechanisms to make an arm and an eye and a brain and a nervous system and a skeletal system and a muscular system. I completely disagree. I don't know where they went to school, but whoever taught them that lied to them. They should get their money back. Amoeba are incredibly complicated. One amoeba is more complicated than the space shuttle. One amoeba. And all they've ever produced is a baby amoeba. So if an amoeba has the DNA code that happens to match some of the DNA code of a different animal, so that's the same designer. Neither one is actually provable in a court of law, so why do we all pay for one religion to be taught? Let's just ignore the subject, teach biology in biology class, and forget evolution is not part of science. It's certainly not part of biology.
Thank you there, Dr. Dino. And Tom, if you want anything to add, go ahead.
Again, I don't think he answered the question, like same as last time.
I think Tom, I think you're on mute. Sorry.
You muted me, goddammit. But I think that I don't think Kent answered the question like last time. Like I think he hasn't really answered the questions that people are asking. He's just kind of like avoiding them. I don't know. I don't get it.
Okay, over to you, Kent, for your last word on that.
No, that's fine. I think let's see, 7, 9. There. No, we've never seen an amoeba produce a non-amoeba. That's just, it's nonsense. It's non-science. It's religious belief. It's imagination. It's SpongeBob to believe it can happen. That's fine. And even if it did happen, even if it's true, we couldn't prove it scientifically. So it's outside the realm of science. And the topic of the debate, if you go back and read it, Tom, is where's the scientific evidence for evolution? There isn't any. None. I win. Let's go home.
Okay, thank you, guys. Last two super chats here. And anybody who brings in any more super chats, I apologize. We do got to wrap this up at some point. So Canadian Catholic, $5 super chat. I appreciate it. This is a question for both. So we'll get both your input in on this one. Canadian Catholic asks, do you think old earth creationism is a good bridge between evolution and creation? Tom, we can start with you if you'd like, since Kent started with the last one.
Sure. I'd say no. I'd say it's mostly post hoc reasoning. We're after the young earth creationist view, which is the predominant view in Christianity for a long time, got debunked by evolution and proven wrong. The Christian worldview shifted to try and make it fit the scientific data, which happens a lot. God of the gaps. After many of the Christian things that have been proven wrong over and over and over again. They change their view to try and make it fit science, which shows that science is better than the Bible and it tells us more about reality. And religion just has to fit the science, not the other way around. So it's better in the fact that it more corresponds to the things we know in reality, but it's not a better hypothesis because, again, it's just post hoc fitting the data that science discovered.
Okay, over to you, Dr. Dino, for your response.
Well, he is dreaming when he says it got debunked, so they tried to change a new theory. I've never changed mine God never changed it from the very beginning. He said he made it all in 6 days. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Bible says nothing died till man sinned. God made a perfect world and man messed it up. And someday God's going to fix it back like it used to be, and I'm looking forward to that. But no, it's never been debunked. So there's no reason to try to compromise this dumb evolution theory with the common sense, obvious evidence. Somebody had to create this. Well, adding billions of years is not going to help. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. Catholics are teaching there might be a gap. There might be millions of years in there. Well, then they're calling Jesus a liar. He said that was the beginning. The 10 Commandments, Exodus 20. God wrote it on a rock with his finger. In 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. They're calling God a liar. I completely disagree. There's no reason to try to compromise at all. 6,000 years is a long time. Plenty to put everything in that happened in the world, and especially when you include a big flood to make all the fossils and all the layers and all the canyons, one giant flood. The Bible says the scoffers in the last days would be ignorant of the creation and the flood. We got demonstrated here tonight, live on screen. Go ahead.
Thank you for the response, Kent and Tom. Last super chat for the night that I can get to here comes in from Logan Missiak, $10. I appreciate the support. And this one is for you, TJump. So I've got it up on screen and we can read it together here. So he asks, if I kill a deer, am I killing my family member because we have some similar DNA? Are humans bananas? What is your state? Well, I guess there's a few questions in there. Take your time. Choose whatever you'd like to respond to there, Tom.
Sure. Deers are related to humans in that they came from a common ancestor. They are just very distantly related. Humans are related to bananas. They're not literally bananas, except if you ask Ray Comfort. What is your standard of truth? My standard of truth is justified true belief, and novel testable predictions is how I know right from wrong. I assume he means correct true facts from false facts, or if it means moral facts, I believe there is an objective morality. I think it's the best of all possible worlds, and it's defined as a world where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing, and that is a morally better world than anything in any religious text, especially the drowning babies and the sending bears to kill kids for making fun of a bald guy. Like, clearly, my model's better than the God of the Old Testament.
Okay, over to you, Kent, if there's anything you'd like to add to it.
I caught about a third of that. I have to go back and listen carefully. If I kill a deer, am I killing my family member? Absolutely not. It's okay. Up on our deer feeder, we've got a sign. This corn is for squirrels. Any deer caught eating this corn will be shot. Yeah. We do have some similar DNA. We got a common ancestor. Are humans bananas? No. Okay, not at all. What's your standard of truth? I have a standard. I have a tape measure to measure when I'm going to do carpentry work. I have a standard of inches. I can measure things, or feet. I've got a standard for right and wrong. There are standards of weight. There are standards of speed. There are all kinds of standards we use in science. Evolution doesn't have a standard. How do you tell right from wrong? Great question. I think the creator who created this world gave us the standard to judge things by. Is it wrong to kill another human? Absolutely. Is it wrong to, it depends on the situation. I mean, if they're attacking you or they're trying to kill you or for certain crimes, but generally it's wrong. Is it wrong to kill a deer and eat it? No, they taste great. Go for it.
Okay, thank you for the response, Kent. And quick final word from you at all, TJump?
I'm good.
All right, well, there we go. I appreciate all the great questions and super chats that have come in. Time flies by. This was definitely a debate to remember. It was a much anticipated debate and it was worth the wait. So Logical, Plausible, Probable sends in a super chat. He says late night after show. I guess he could not resist. He was supposed to take the night off, but this debate was too much fun. So he is having an after show. He says, look for link in the chat. Tom, Dr. Hovind, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight. Let's have some final words, final thoughts before we shut it down. TJump, again, thank you so much. Final words.
Thanks, Donnie, for hosting. Appreciate it always. Thank you, Kent, for showing up. Appreciate the conversation. It was really entertaining talking to both you guys as always. Thanks for hosting the show. I appreciate always the engaging conversations and debates between creationists and evolutionists. It's a good thing to have dialogue, even if we disagree. And so I appreciate it as always.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Tom. And Kent, thank you as well for doing this and engaging in so many debates lately as we have this evolution debate challenge. Final thoughts, final words?
Well, thank you. I enjoy doing it. Bring them on. I'll take them all on same time. Okay. I believe in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. I believe that's the only logical answer we can come up with. Somebody had to design it. If I'm walking through the woods and find an arrowhead, I have to conclude somebody made it. I might not know who, but I think somebody made it. That doesn't happen naturally. I think the evidence is overwhelming. There's a God. Some people don't want to see it. They so badly don't want to see it, they will instead believe wild ideas like they're related to an apple. Okay. I don't think that'll go well for you Judgment Day. We'll see. Tom, come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. I'll give you the tour.
Yeah, we should do a live debate at your place sometime. That'd be awesome. In-person debate.
I didn't understand a word of that.
Oh, like on stage? We should do an on-stage debate.
Okay, sure. Yep, come on. You're invited.
The next debate can be live and in person and even more fun than tonight. So again, Kent, TJump, thanks for a wild debate, a fun debate. We'll let you guys get out of here. Blessings to the chat. Thank you for tuning in, and Standing for Truth is out.
All right, guys, let's do an after show of some kind.
Oh, he's hopping in PNR, dude.
Hey, what's up?
Yo, what's up, dude? I'm streaming your stream, dude.
Nice. After show time. Can you guys do
Did you crush Kent Hovind?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes, I did.
Dude.
I did. Nice, bro.
Can you guys do like do you know how to do a, what's it? At everyone or whatever to...
I don't think you could do that here.
Who are the
You want
mods?
me to be... look, people are joining, but once they see you down here, everyone's going to join, but you want me just to run around and be like, join TJump?
Yes, please do that. Get one of the mod guys
Alright,
to...
watch. Alright, I got you, bro.
Appreciate
Shout out
it.
You
1D.
guys
Awesome.
were you guys arguing macro evolution or micro evolution?
Just either one. It doesn't really make a difference. Like, it's
Because
Kent
it felt
Hovind.
like you guys were arguing different types of evolution. I was so confused.
I think the best part was the unironic echo chamber of his friends in the same room that all laughed at his really dumb arguments.
Yes, that was
Just,
good.
just
I
want to
like
say
that.
for the audience, if they get the reference, Kent just got body slammed.
Yeah, that one. I loved that. I love the part where I got him on the Kent from a non-Kent. That was great. I love that. If I do say so myself.
He thought you were saying kid.
Yeah.
Like most of the time.
Yeah.
The channel.
I did. Yeah, I didn't realize he misunderstood that at the beginning, but
There we go, dude.
thank you. So anybody else?
I wrote down a couple questions if that's all right, TJump.
Sure, go for it.
So the first one was, could you have used an example of human mutations? So like the general height growth in humans in different areas of the world as more of an example, or like a genetic mutation like albinos or something like that, just to kind of get him to try and explain what they are.
What they are. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, he'd still just say the humans come from humans thing. You just repeat that over and over again. So like, I might have been able to use it in the thing where he said dogs don't get bigger and we can show humans are continually getting taller. Might have been able to use it in that context, but I don't think it would have got him to actually address the his fundamental argument that we can't see things coming from non-things or whatever.
Would he concede that there could be a single ancestor for each kind? Do you think that's something he would concede to?
Probably two. We'd probably say there's two, a male and a female.
Sure, okay.
You had more questions, right, Eldridge?
Yeah. So I'm just reading them to try and articulate them. What with the different ideas of kinds, like how would he what descriptors or limitations would he have like put on a kind that you might have been able to, or that we could try and find evidence to show that there's kind of a mixed breeding between kinds? Or like where do you think he would put a limit on what a kind actually is?
He won't ever answer that question. He doesn't have an answer. So like one of the people in the super chat literally asked him, in a court of law, where would you determine that you and your son are related, but you wouldn't be able to determine that a elephant and a dolphin are related or whatever? And he just avoided the question. Like he doesn't actually give an answer to how much differences in a DNA would actually be a different kind. And so because he doesn't know enough about the field to even give an answer. Now, obviously, if you had like a really well-educated creationist, they could make up an answer. It wouldn't be supported by anything, but they could give you some kind of an answer. But yeah, Kent just doesn't have enough knowledge to try and give an answer on that question.
Well, how would you define it then? Because clearly there is a difference between a dog and a human. How would you go about identifying what that is?
Oh yeah, we can see the patterns in the endogenous retroviruses to see how closely they are related, and we can see the difference in where these ERVs affect different species, and so we can classify the clades essentially by the ERVs and the different homological features of the animal, and that would be essentially the way evolutionists do it, I guess.
Could you explain like I'm 5?
On what?
Could you explain that like I'm 5? I don't understand half the words that you just said. Is that like particular like clusters in DNA, or is it particular features that we can observe?
Both. So we can see in DNA an ERV is a endogenous retrovirus, is a virus that injected itself into the placenta or the reproductive organs of a species, and then that DNA was then reproduced by all of its offspring. And so as it evolved into different species, all the different species had the same ERV marker in the DNA at the exact same spot. So we can see, all these guys are related at this point. And so we'd say at this point is when the split between all of these different species began, because we know that they all share this same ERV. So we know that this point is the beginning of the split of all these different species we see.
Okay, and one last question, if you've got a sec,
Sure.
would be there's when we have a look at different kinds, we see that there are limitations in terms of the interbreeding between the different kinds, but that seems to obviously happen in many different kinds, not just like two particular kinds. So like an apple and a human can't breed. What do you think is
That's
the
what you
cause
think.
of...
Oh, no.
Can you...
So what was your question?
I don't know where you're going with that. Where would what reason would you give for that phenomenon, I guess?
Their sexual reproductive organs can't merge. They literally just physically can't merge.
So if it's like an animal and a human,
same thing. Like we can literally inject DNA from different species into plants and vice versa, so we can make them reproduce, but their sexual organs literally aren't the right shape and size to bind in such a way that they can do it naturally, but we can do it artificially. Like we've injected spider DNA into corn and things in order to make it more resistant to bugs and stuff. So the DNA in both species can be merged together, but it doesn't happen naturally because the physical processes to do that aren't there, and the complementary DNA structures don't usually provide physical homology, the body parts, in order to create a survivable species. So the DNA can definitely be fused. It's just there's no physical way to do that.
okay, do you think that there would be some type of argument to say, well, shouldn't we be able to find, I guess, a missing link between two different kinds?
We do all the time. Like pretty much all of them are missing links between the two species. Like Tiktaalik is a missing link between fish and lizards, and we literally found it exactly where we predicted to find it if it was a missing link.
Okay, cool. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Yep.
Nice. I have some questions also.
Sure. One second,
TJump,
Jack.
it's really
Do you
nice
know,
to-
Jack? Can you message one of the mods and make like an announcement or something? Like I don't know how to do that here. For the after.
Yeah, sure, I gotcha.
Appreciate it. All right, GB question.
Thank you. Well, yeah, first of all, thanks for coming here tonight. It's a pleasure to be able to meet you. I have a few questions, but I'd just like to ask one, and if the room gets cleared again, I would like to ask another one. So first of all, would enough repeated miracles in the name of Jesus Christ be enough to convince you that God exists?
Yes.
And okay, awesome. And would you like to spend time with him to get to know him? That's all. Thank you.
Probably not. Like I have high function autism. I really don't enjoy getting to know people at all. I mean, there's definitely questions I'd ask him. If I could meet Jesus, what would I ask him? I'd probably ask him about morality, and my model of morality is that the objectively morally best world is a world where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. And so I would be debating Jesus on why isn't that the world we've created, and what is this awful morality thing that you've done with the drowning babies and the sending bears to kill kids for making fun of a bald guy. So I'd probably just make fun of Jesus for all the silly things his God actually did and why my morality is better. So, I mean, I guess that would be fun, but to answer the first question, yeah, if there were a lot of novel testable predictions that you said, I believe in Jesus and I'm going to pray and have this amputee's limb regrow and it happens repeatedly and testably, yeah, absolutely. That's phenomenal evidence of Jesus.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Do you have like the place where like you had the supply dump for your sources? I was just wondering if I could look through those.
Which sources?
Like for the debate. Or was it like a non
I don't know if we brought up any sources. Like mostly we were just talking about in general how endogenous retroviruses work and how DNA works. I don't think we brought up any sources that were like needed for any of that. And you can just Google endogenous retroviruses or the phylogeny of endogenous retroviruses if you want.
Yeah, I was just curious about like, like because you brought up like stuff about like the amoeba testing and how like the rate of change in mutations.
Oh yeah, that is the longest running evolution test. Long-term evolution experiment is the LTEE, 68,000 generations from microbial experiment and evolution.
Oh, yeah,
Here it is.
All right.
Post it in the TJump chat.
Tom, you going to Dinosaur Adventureland?
Yeah, if we can do a live debate in Alabama, that would be awesome for sure.
How did you like the format of the debate, Tom? Was it too stringent or?
No, for Kent, I think it's actually better. I think it's better that way because I get to make more funniness stuff. Oh, why is can someone unmute 1D? I didn't mute him.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I got muted because I went in to have a Blessed Days channel. He's a tyrant, dude. Yeah, it gets me a local mute on every channel for like 20 minutes, but you can unmute me in your channel. But if I go to any other channel, now I'm muted. Like if I go out, I'll get muted again. So I'll just stick in here.
Wow.
But dude, that old guy, he was going in, dude.
Kent Hovind?
Yeah, he was going in on you, dude.
He is a very funny guy.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, he's funny.
I will say Ken is really good at giving advice. Like I listen to his like sermons and stuff. They're actually really good. But when it comes to evolution, he's terrible. So
I imagine
make,
people would criticize him for his life choices and say, I don't know if he's the best person to get advice from.
Should make like some motto about like the cow jumping over the moon. That was my favorite part of the debate.
You can just train a cow, we're just going to give it some calisthenics, give it a personal trainer, we're going to get it over the moon. It's going to happen.
Lots of testosterone injection, bunch of get them all juiced up.
Get them all Jewed up. So what do you guys think about Jews?
Jews are the greatest people ever.
Or is that you're just trolling, right?
No.
Why do you think Jews are the greatest people ever?
Because they have the highest IQs, they make the most difference technologically and scientific advancements. They have a good work ethic. They're very, very good people.
Why aren't you Jewish then?
Because I wasn't born in Jewish heritage.
You don't have to be born to be Jewish. I'm talking like when I say Jewish, I don't mean literally like also like quote unquote bloodline Jew. You know, I'm talking about like even people that are like, you know, like if I converted from Christianity to Judaism, I would be like a quote unquote Jew. Like
Well,
I actually am a Jew right now, and you may not understand that. But I'm a real Jew. They're fake Jews. They're satanic synagogue of Satan Jews. I'm the real Jew.
no.
But
So,
I
so,
wanted
no.
to ask you something anyways. I messaged you a while ago, but it was a while ago. So I can give you proof, evidence that there is a creator,
Okay, what's that?
that there's a God. Okay. So and you've probably heard this before. So I'd like to hear how you can refute it. So. How do you know a building, when you look at a building, right? How do you know the building was built? TJump.
Because there are no natural processes that do it, and there are design processes that do it.
Yeah, because the building has a obvious, you know, unique design to, or maybe not even unique design to it, but it has an intelligent design. You know, it didn't just pop.
No, so there's no such thing
nothing.
as intelligent design, but we know of the process by which buildings are made and designed, and there is no natural process by which buildings are made and designed. Therefore, you can conclude that because there is a process that we know about where we know the designer and we know how it happens, that we can conclude it's designed.
Yeah, so, and with the earth, right?
We
Same
do
thing
know.
with the building.
No, with
With
the
the
earth, there
car,
are natural processes that we know
with a
how it
book.
happens. So no,
Like if
no,
you look at a
no,
book, bro,
no,
like look at a book.
no,
You look at the page. Wait, hold on, don't.
no. So we know for a fact that there are natural processes that produce the earth. We can literally see it everywhere in the universe. We see planets form on their own. So it's literally the opposite of being designed. Anybody else got any questions?
What about fine tuning? Right. I mean,
The fine tuning is the argument that the laws and constants in the universe are so precisely set to allow for life that it must have been fine-tuned, which is technically true, but it's not fine-tuned by a mind. It's just fine-tuned by physics. So the fine-tuning doesn't in any way indicate a God. It just includes that there is some ordered structure to physics.
Fine-tuned by physics? What do you mean by that? Sorry.
So like if all of the laws are interconnected, so any change to one will cause a proportional change to others, then it's all going to be determined by physical forces. So it doesn't need to be fine-tuned by a designer.
I think you're confused. Let's see, because you're not.
Do you have an argument? Because I'm not. I'm very well educated on the topic. I've debated with the top professors in fine-tuning for theists in the world, so I'm pretty well acquainted with this topic.
Yeah, well, I don't know what you're saying about interconnect. I don't know. Look, the point is this: if you change one of the values of the constant, right?
Yep.
And then, life wouldn't be able to form, right? The claim
Yes, that's the fine-tuning.
Okay. Right. That's the premise. So you're saying you're not denying that premise, right? You're
Right.
saying
Nothing that doesn't indicate a God. That's fully explained by
that's
nature.
fine. What about nature tells you that the class of counterfactual worlds that life permitting? I don't know what literally what you
Everything you
said
just said was gibberish. So the fact that the laws of physics are the way they are can be fully explained in multiple naturalistic ways with no intervention of any designer.
That doesn't. No, the question is, I'm asking you to actually do the explanation. Explain.
Okay, all of the laws of physics are interconnected, so any change to one will cause a proportional change to others, and therefore all of the laws of physics are necessarily intertwined in the way that they are. There's one.
Okay. So your claim is something like necessarily the laws have some proportional interconnectedness. Why should we think that?
You asked for one of the possible
Okay,
naturalistic
I'll
explanations.
give you evidence against that theory.
Sure.
I'll give you direct evidence against that theory. Confirmational evidence, observational evidence. Okay.
What is the evidence?
Premise 1.
Okay, well, you're going
If
off on a bad start. An argument isn't evidence, but go for it.
okay, which is or whatever. I don't know. Okay, premise 1 is if something is conceivable, then the probability that it's possible, basically the posterior is higher than the prior. Okay, I'm not gonna get into details on how that works. Okay. So this is a conditional claim, right? Now
You have an
here's
argument,
confirmatory
evidence, something?
Yeah. So here's the confirmatory evidence, right? I have a conditional claim. So there's many cases where we've seen where something's been conceivable and it's turned out to be actual, right?
Yes, but there's been
So
more where it's been conceivable and not actual. So that would
yeah,
work
but wait,
against
but
your case.
that doesn't contradict my premise 1, right?
Yes, it does. So if your argument is entailed by the fact that we have seen some things which are conceivable and that they have turned out to be true, then the opposite would be evidence for the opposite case. So
that's
if
not my conditional though.
Okay, then what is your argument? Because so the first one doesn't work for anything.
Wait, what was my first premise? You say my first premise.
The fact that it has been the case that many things that have been conceived as possible have been found out to be real.
That was not my first premise. My first premise is if something is conceivable, then whatever. Let's
just give your argument. Stop gibberishing and just give an argument.
Let me explain.
I'm going to mute you if you don't present an argument soon.
I'm just giving you the premise.
I don't care. I don't just say it. Hurry up.
Okay, if something is conceivable, then it's possible. But okay, yeah, that's first premise, right?
Okay.
Now my premise 2 was there's been many cases, actual evidence. I can give you billions of cases where something's been conceivable and it turns out to be actual, right? But wait, if something's actual, then it's possible, right? But the converse isn't true, right? That's the mistake you're making.
Okay, you've literally said nothing there. So what is your argument?
My argument is there's been many cases where something's been conceivable.
Therefore, what?
Therefore, that's evidence that it's possible. If something's actual, then it's possible, which means that's confirmatory evidence. I don't know. That's like the Asian reason.
Okay, it's possible that the universe was created by not God. Therefore, it's actual.
That's not what I said.
No, I'm using your own silly argument here and saying, well, if it's actual, then it's possible. And it could be actual that the universe wasn't created by a God. Therefore, what you just said is not in any way evidence of a God or evidence against the multiverse or evidence against that physical forces are determined by other physical forces. Literally nothing you said is an argument that indicates that I was wrong, that all of the physical constants are determined.
So, excuse me.
Dumber than a doorknob, TJump.
What?
If it's you said something. If it's actual, then it's possible, right? I agree with that claim. Now you said something. What you said? You said if it's possible, not God exists.
Yep.
Right? Is that what you said?
Sure.
Okay. So therefore, God doesn't exist. But that's not my conditional, right? I mean, you can just see those two.
What you're saying is complete gibberish here. So it is possible that the laws of physics are determined by other laws of physics. Therefore, your argument does not follow. You're an idiot.
Okay, what part? When you say it doesn't follow, what part are you denying? Are you saying it's not valid?
If you're not going to make an argument for God, I'm just going to mute you. So, do you have anything for God at all?
Look.
No. So stop. I'm done. I've already debunked your dumb gibberish argument. Now, evidence for God. Go.
All right. Here's my argument for God's existence. Actually, this is stupid. You can mute me. But the point is, just because you say
stop. You're going good. You're going good. What is the evidence for God? You're about to say it. It was great.
I gave you the evidence, but you're just going to say it's wrong.
Your conclusion wasn't God. There was no conclusion God. Give me the evidence.
No, okay, here's the conclusion for God. I already gave you. It's a fine-tuning argument. You're not following the conversation. I gave you an argument.
You didn't say conclusion God. What is the conclusion God part? You didn't have a...
Okay, here, I'll give you the first argument, the main argument again.
Go
for it.
The
main argument was... Fine, I'll repeat the main argument one more time.
Okay? But no, your main argument didn't have a conclusion God. I need the conclusion God part. That's the part I'm missing.
Premise 1 was the universe is finely tuned for life. Premise 2 is that the probability that the universe is finely tuned for life given theism, right, is higher than the probability of life, right, or it's expected, or how you want to put it, basically, whatever. On theism.
Yeah, that's fine. I get you. That's fine.
Okay, so from 1 and 2, since we have evidence that fine tuning exists, right, in the conditional works one way, whatever. then it follows that the probability of theism is higher than atheism, right?
Right. So what I did there is I said that the way to debunk your argument is premise 2. I can reject premise 2 and say the probability that life would be the physical forces would be determined to create life would be higher under naturalism than theism. Therefore, your argument would be indicative of naturalism.
Right. That's what you said. You showed premise 2 is you try to show that premise 2 is wrong.
Right.
Then I explained to you why you're wrong, and you said, "Give me an argument for God."
No.
You understand that?
You didn't.
Oh,
You didn't.
Yeah, this is what happened. You're like,
muted. So no, I debunked your garbage nonsense. I said, okay, so your argument that life is more probable under theism is evidence of God, and that's false because I can give you a model of naturalism where life is more probable under naturalism than it is under theism. But the whole argument fails because it's post hoc ergo proctor hoc. You're ad hoc explaining the data after you already know it, which isn't in any way evidence of the hypothesis. You need to make a prediction of something we don't know yet, not just try to explain things we do know yet. So for example, I can use the exact same structure of your argument and say, oh look, there's a gold brick on my table. Well, this hypothesis is more explained if there's a magical leprechaun that lives in my basement and has lived there since the age of the earth, and it wants to put a gold brick on my table. Well, then the expectation that there's going to be a gold brick on my table is much higher than if that leprechaun does not exist. If there's no such leprechaun, the probability of a brick being on any given table is very low because gold bricks are kind of expensive. So, under the hypothesis there is a magical leprechaun in my basement, we would have a higher expectation to see a gold brick, so under your dumb argument, that would be evidence of a magical leprechaun in my basement. Clearly it's not. That's just post hoc reasoning. Your argument has been debunked.
Your post hoc reasoning isn't always bad, though. Like, if someone dealt like 5 royal flushes in a row, you might think that, you could then develop the hypothesis that someone was like cheating or something. And the fact that it's like post hoc doesn't mean it's bad. It's a bad inference.
Sure, but in this case it is because there's literally no basis for it. If it's like if you post hoc just make up anything to explain the data, like a magic leprechaun or whatever, then it's not in any way rational. If you're post hoc using something we already know exists, like people messed with the deck, or like if I see a horse print in the snow and I say, well, it probably caused that. Well, probably a horse. That would be evidence of the horse because there's already an implicit basis for the thing we're using to try and explain the data. If there's no evidence for the thing we're using to try and explain the data, then it's bad.
Yeah, but you might be able to infer something you wouldn't otherwise have good reason to believe in. Or, I mean, you might suppose that you do have other reason to believe in it. But if the idea is that we have this data that, the universe is fine-tuned for life, and it turns out that the sort of most likely or best explanation for that is that there's something that designed it that way, that might be reasonable. In the same way that in the card case, I mean, suppose you had reason to think that like no living creature on Earth did it. Well, that might be reason to think that some, I don't know, other sort of mechanism, or maybe even an alien sort of creature did it. Or like, in principle, you could make a reasonable inference of that sort, depending on the specifics.
Sure.
And the claim is that the specifics in this case are favorable to the design inference.
Right, and that's the thing that we can easily prove false. We can say, no, it's not, because there's no evidence of a designer. There's no constraints on what the designer could be, so you can arbitrarily assert any kind of nature of a designer and say, of the infinitely many possible ways a designer could be, here is some set that would entail the universe as we see it. And we can just say the same thing of all the different potential primordial laws of physics. Here's some set that could entail exactly the universe we see, and so the probability is exactly 1-to-1 of a designer creating the universe we expect and the laws of physics creating the universe we expect. And because we already have prior evidence of the laws of physics, that hypothesis is preferred.
Well, there being laws of physics is not, it seems to me, preferred on one of those hypotheses or the other. The question is whether you might be saying that the latter hypothesis is like simpler or something, because it doesn't.
Well, no. So like
require positing something else.
The current laws of physics we have, I'm saying there's an additional one. There's a new law of physics that intertwines all of the known laws of physics. So there's another one. Just like they're saying there's a God that made all the laws of physics. So we're comparing two hypotheses. One is that there is this primordial law of physics that intertwines all of the known ones. And that explains the universe exactly as we see it. So if his argument is that the hypothesis that God exists, the probability that we would see the universe with life is higher than under a naturalistic hypothesis, and I can give a naturalistic hypothesis where it's equally as high or higher than the theistic hypothesis, then by his own logic, that would be evidence of naturalism. So this does not work because there's no in any way justification to get to the conclusion that any particular hypothesis of God actually does have any higher likelihood than the other hypothesis of God.
Well, I sort of agree with your conclusion, but I don't think I agree with how you got there. So, like, if you posit some additional law which is supposed to show how, it's likely on naturalism, or at least this specific naturalistic hypothesis, that there would be life, you don't need to posit some additional law. You could just say, oh, my naturalistic hypothesis is that there's a universe with the actual laws of physics, or something like that. And that's going to be something which will predict, at least relatively strongly, life permitting conditions. Because the actual laws permit life and so on.
Well, they would just reject that and say it's logically possible that the laws of physics could be different. So the reason I add in this new thing that all the laws of physics are intertwined and any change to one would cause a change in the other causes them to have some necessary connection by something else that exists, which is easier for them to understand. And they won't as often reject that by saying, oh, but I can imagine the universe being different, because in this hypothesis, it literally can't. It necessitates that it must have exactly this structure. So that's why it's a parity argument to theirs, is because there is some determining factor that makes it have these properties as opposed to the other ones, rather than it just being like a brute contingency or whatever.
Yeah, so if you want to claim that the actual laws are necessary either because, I don't know, individually they're necessary, or because they follow from something else which is necessary, or something like that, I think most of the proponents of fine-tuning are just going to be very skeptical of that. I don't, like, what reason would we have to think that
well, that's the point, is that they're asserting there is a God who did this, and that's the determining factor. So I'm just asserting a different hypothesis without a God that can do this. Right? There's no evidence for either of these things. The whole point here is that if their only evidence is the post hoc rationalization that, well, under my hypothesis, this is more expected than under a naturalistic hypothesis where it's just random or whatever, then I can just make up a naturalistic hypothesis where it's not random and where it's determined, and both of those are just assertions with no evidence. So the point here is just that if what they count as evidence is the fact that their hypothesis can explain the data, well, then I can make up a naturalistic hypothesis that can also explain the data, which would then be equally justified, disproving their argument that this actually indicates the theism side of things.
Yeah. So I'm on one hand, I'm fine with you saying I have another hypothesis which sort of equally predicts or similarly predicts the data, and is like antecedently not enormously less plausible or probable than designer hypothesis.
Well, that would be a separate part. So the only part here I'm addressing is the thing that, if they count as evidence, if the only thing they count as evidence here is the fact that under their theory, it is more expected to see the data, then I can just refute that premise by saying it's not more expected to see the data. Other factors also show that the natural thing is better for other reasons, but it doesn't matter. All I need to do is show that there is another theory that equally expects to see the data that is not a God, to indicate this isn't evidence of a God.
Well, the point usually is that it's evidence for theism over atheism, in the sense that, look, atheism as a theory, although it's pretty barren as a theory, really weakly predicts that there will be life permitting conditions. Normally, they would say that. And theism, at least modestly, predicts life permitting conditions. And there's the additional claim that theism is not antecedently much more unlikely than atheism, so that when you condition on the data, theism comes out ahead. Now, if you want to say something like, well, I have this hypothesis which isn't just like some bare atheistic hypothesis, but it says something about the laws of physics or something like that, and on that theory or hypothesis, life permitting conditions are relatively likely, and also that this hypothesis is not antecedently much more improbable than theism, then you can essentially, you're constructing a sort of parity. It's not actually meant parity in the like parity sense, which is to say that it's a hypothesis which does kind of the same thing.
Yes.
It similarly predicts life permitting conditions, and it's similarly antecedently likely.
Yes, and that refutes the point that they're trying to make, even though the statement they're making is more of a Bayesian sense that under hypothesis P, it's more likely to expect the observed data than under not P. But since the point that they're making is that a god would be more likely to create a universe as we see it than a non-god, my parody example disproves the point that they're trying to make.
Well, it would not if their point might be just that it's more likely on the hypothesis that there is no God. Sorry, on the hypothesis that there is a God, it's, maybe a God of a certain sort, it's more likely that there is life permitting conditions than on the hypothesis that there isn't.
Well,
Even,
so
and that's
like,
consistent with there being
let me see if I can rephrase that. So
atheistic hypothesis which strongly predicts life.
So like the argument in Bayesian epistemology is that if there is some determining factor that would cause the thing we would see, then it's more likely than if there's no determining factor that would cause the thing that we'd see. That makes sense, but that's not the way theists use it. Theists bastardize evidence they try to add this little implicit premise here that by atheism they mean all of naturalism. So under the hypothesis God exists, it is more likely we would see the fine-tuning than any natural hypothesis at all that does not include God. That's the statement they're trying to play.
Specific hypothesis usually.
What?
Because they don't want to say that.
No. That's exactly what they want to say. They want to like hide that premise in there and make it seem like that's a reasonable statement to infer from their argument, even though it isn't from the Bayesian way evidence works, which is why Bayesian epistemology is a shit way to analyze the evidence in this case.
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, I'd be surprised. Maybe some of them would say that. I know, like people who publish on it, I don't think would say anything like that.
Right. The professors don't. The Discord people do.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't really. I care a bit less about what the Discord people say than what the more informed proponents of this sort of argument would say.
Right. So the professors are just saying that any explanation that would expect the data we see is more likely than if we know of nothing that would expect the data we see, which is trivially the case, but it's just irrelevant because that's true of every possible hypothesis. So if you want to count that as evidence, then you also have to count the fact that if you see a gold brick on my table and we have a hypothesis that there is a leprechaun that's going to put a gold brick on the table, that would be evidence of a magic leprechaun, which obviously is reductio ad absurdum. This is just stupid. Clearly, it's not evidence of a leprechaun because there are better explanations that are more plausible for other reasons. And since if you take out those prior other things that make leprechauns implausible, then it's evidence in a shitty sense that doesn't actually correspond to any rational conversation on the topic.
Yeah, so I'm maybe you wouldn't agree with me here, but I actually think it would be evidence. It's just it wouldn't be very good evidence because, our prior on leprechauns producing that sort of existing is incredibly low, and our prior on sort of other potential hypotheses for this is relatively high. And so even though this might be some evidence for that sort of leprechaun, it's we're still going to think it's much more likely that there's something else that resulted in that phenomena. Because if you think of evidence as in the Bayesian way, which is just that some observation or fact E is evidence for some hypothesis H, just in case given E, are the likelihood of H is more probable than the prior on H, right? And that is going to be true in the leprechaun case.
Right. Well, the problem here is
prior is not zero.
Right. So the problem here is that when you assess evidence in that way, it gives a false sense of confidence when you say something is evidence. Like when we say something is evidence, we means it is a strong indication of this thing. And if it's not, then it's not evidence. So I use the word evidence to means it's one of the top contenders, not just anything you can logically possibly imagine caused the thing. I do not count that as evidence because that's
Yeah.
just stupid. So I would say
Yeah,
the
well,
way
the
Bayesian
proponent-
epistemology curtails the priors out of the argument and allows anything to be evidence if it can logically explain the data is crap way to assess evidence, and a way for people who have a bad unsupported hypothesis to try and ambiguate their argument to make it seem like they have more evidence than they do. And so I'm not going to allow that as evidence. I'm going to say, nope, you've got to have more than something that's logically possible. You got to have actual some high level of priors, or it doesn't count as evidence at all.
Yeah. No. So I agree that sometimes a sort of Bayesian reasoning can be misused, but usually the way the Bayesian fine-tuning argument is run is that the conclusion is not just that, I don't know, life permitting conditions is evidence for a designer. It's that the designer hypothesis is antecedently more likely than the alternative hypothesis.
Well, if the alternative hypothesis is like naturalism or something, then it's not, and that kind of debunks the argument.
Well, the alternative hypothesis is like atheism.
Well, right. That's the logical possibility thing, which is just garbage. Saying the hypothesis of leprechauns explains the gold brick with the antecedent being no leprechaun. Obviously, that would just be more logically possible that if there's some determining factor like a leprechaun will put a gold brick there, that's more likely than if we have no explanation of what put the gold brick there. But again, that's just shit evidence. Like no one should ever use that.
You're saying, I wouldn't grant, and they wouldn't grant that if you're comparing the leprechaun and no leprechaun theory, that given there's a gold brick there, we should think that the leprechaun theory is more likely. Even though it would be in that case some evidence for it, the overwhelming evidence would be against the leprechaun theory. So
I agree.
They're going to want to say that the same is not the case in the fine-tuning case, because there's a constraint on the priors that they're not.
Wait, what would be, that would be a good argument. That would be a good way to progress the argument. So from my understanding, the God designer hypothesis is equally as implausible as the leprechaun hypothesis, and they both have equally low priors here, or God probably has even lower priors than the leprechaun hypothesis. So why would you say that it would not be an equivalent parity there?
Well, actually, I would say what you just said. In fact, the video I made on this topic effectively makes this point, because just to bring it back to something we said earlier, there's kind of four claims that might be made that are actually inconsistent with each other. So the first one was the theistic hypothesis predicts life permitting conditions more strongly than the atheistic hypothesis. The second being that the theistic and atheistic hypothesis are about on a par in terms of their prior probabilities. And the third being that the sort of modified or more specific atheistic hypothesis predicts life permitting conditions about as well as the theistic hypothesis, and that the more specific atheistic hypothesis is not antecedently much less probable than the theistic hypothesis. And if you write, it's going to be somewhat difficult to get this across in voice like this, but if you kind of think about what these four statements are saying, it's not actually mathematically consistent that they're all true. And the one that I want to say is false, although you could say that more than one is false. I would say the one that's false is the initial constraint on the priors. I think that the theistic hypothesis required in order to do the work of the Bayesian fine-tuning argument is going to be one for which we should be antecedently much less confident in its truth. And I actually think from pretty reasonable assumptions that can be proven. That's what I drew in that video.
Right. So I think I would agree with everything you said there. The difference is that when they say that the hypothesis, there's a God who would create the universe as we see it, has a higher prior probability, or has higher probability of explaining the universe than no such God existing and no alternative being presented. I mean, that's just trivially the case. I would say that it is inappropriate to ever call that evidence, ever. Like, you can't call that evidence. It's just a stupid way to ambiguate the argument and ambiguate what evidence is to make it seem like you have more justification than you do. So that's the objection I'm using here. I don't disagree with anything you said. Obviously, saying that there is a leprechaun that would produce a gold brick on the table has a higher probability than giving literally no explanation of a gold brick on the table. It's just nothing. But that doesn't count as evidence for the leprechaun. I think that's the thing I object to, and why I don't like the Bayesian approach to knowledge, because it's so easily misused to try and make it seem like there's evidence when there's not.
Well, I'm not totally against that. I think we use the term evidence in different ways. So if I think the kind of probability raising account is pretty reasonable, but sometimes you want to use evidence in a much more restricted way, perhaps a way which is such that, given the data, it's more likely true that this hypothesis is more likely true than false, or something like that, right? If that's how you want to use evidence, or something like that.
I would say like it indicates it's more likely than other hypotheses or something like that.
Okay, so there's no other specific hypothesis which is as likely or more likely than this one?
Well, it's yeah, if it's identifies itself as better than many of the other hypotheses or something like that. So like if your goal is to try to indicate the existence of a God, then you have to have something that indicates the God over a non-God hypothesis, naturalism. So if you just say, well, it's better than...
But that's what I'm...
Well, I said a non-God hypothesis other than just the lack of the God. So there has to be an alternative hypothesis that negates the thing and has something to replace it. And that would be less plausible than the God. So if there's a natural law that can explain it, and there's a God can explain it, there would have to something that would indicate the God over the natural law. Otherwise, it's not evidence of the God.
So you want to say it's not just evidence, for it to be evidence of the God hypothesis, it can't be just that it makes that hypothesis more likely than, I mean, if it makes it more likely than the hypothesis that there is no God, presumably that's also going to make it more likely than any other specific non-theistic hypothesis, right?
Well, no, because that was the thing. If there's like the evidence that the leprechaun would put the gold brick on the table is more than if you posit no leprechaun. You posited nothing else to explain the gold brick, simply the fact that the leprechaun would explain the gold brick.
What hypothesis? We could be comparing it with the hypothesis.
Right. So I'm saying if there's another hypothesis, like law of physics magically generated a gold brick or something, then those two are now equivalent. They both explain the data. There's no difference between them two without any other kind of priors or evidence being assessed.
We can compare the leprechaun hypothesis with the hypothesis that there was no leprechaun. And if the leprechaun hypothesis were to come out ahead, in terms of how likely it is given that data that there is a brick.
Well, that's just garbage. That's just literally garbage evidence. So anytime you say, I have something that can hypothetically or logically possibly explain the data, and that's better than not having this logically possible thing to explain the data with no other evidence given, that's just garbage. Anybody who says that's just garbage.
I don't think it's garbage in general. I think it wouldn't succeed in this case because it wouldn't be more likely given our priors and so on these things. But,
well, right. But that's the point, is that if you have your different priors, which you haven't presented in the argument, you say, oh, well, it's evidence of my God because they have different priors. It's just taking the crap parts of the arguments, hiding it in the priors to make it seem like your argument is better than it actually is. And that's why this is a bad way to ever talk about evidence for God. Like, nope, it's not evidence.
Oh, well, I'm still not exactly clear on sort of what you're counting as the conditions for evidence as you're using it.
Well, if you want to use the Bayesian thing, I'd say you have to include the priors in the argument itself, and you can't curtail them and say, I have these higher probabilities.
Yeah, so the priors are normally included. They're just sometimes swept aside because people will say, and assuming a relatively similar prior on these hypotheses. But I think that's not a reasonable constraint for other reasons.
What?
But I don't know. I'm fine with having different uses of the term evidence here. You could use it. I don't have a problem with someone using it in this Bayesian sense, unless they're using it to like mislead people.
Well, yeah, that's my objection here, is that people are, in the vast majority of cases, using this to mislead people. Like, they're specifically saying, I have evidence of a God because it's more likely than atheism, and the implicit way most people understand those words means that God better explains the things we see than naturalism, not just not God. They think no naturalistic hypothesis is as good as a God hypothesis because of this argument. So the vast majority of the way this argument is constrained.
That would follow.
No,
but that would follow from their conclusion.
What?
Right? Think about it this way. Their conclusion is that the designer hypothesis is more likely than atheism. It's more likely that there is a designer than that there's no God, for example. It can't be that there's some more specific atheistic hypothesis that is more likely than the designer hypothesis, because then you have to have some more specific atheistic hypothesis that is more likely than atheism. And that is obviously a probabilistic incoherence.
What? So like, the point of the argument is that the hypothesis God exists is a better explanation of the data than positing nothing, not God exists. That's it. It doesn't
No,
mean
like,
all
well,
of the hypothesis. If you put in a new thing like there is a naturalistic determining law, that undermines the argument. It doesn't indicate that there is a version of naturalism which doesn't include a God, which would be equivalent. It doesn't object to that at all. It's just saying positing a God as an explanation would give you a better way to explain the data than not positing a God. That's it. It doesn't say with literally nothing else posited. You're not allowed to posit anything else. Otherwise, the argument doesn't work anymore.
No, normally now people might run the sort of argument different ways, but normally what's said is that the theistic or designer hypothesis is given the data more likely than atheism, or the hypothesis that there is no designer. Those are the two things that are normally being compared.
Right,
now, it
but
might
they
be that some
never
people-
allow the inclusion of like a naturalistic alternative. So I say, in my naturalistic hypothesis, where all the laws are interdetermined by some unknown natural force, that's a version of atheism. And under this version of atheism, it's equally as likely to see life permitting a universe as a God would create a life permitting universe.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. It's just that response requires that there's something wrong with the original argument, because their conclusion is inconsistent with what you're saying.
Oh, right, I would agree. The philosophers I've talked to disagree and say, well, no, it doesn't matter, because the whole point is just that God is more likely than not God, irrelevant to any other assumed hypothesis. Like leprechaun of gold brick would be more evidence of the gold brick than a non-leprechaun because you posited nothing else. But yeah, I would say that they usually say, well, the way God can only be one way. So of all the different possibilities of a way a God could be is more likely than the possibilities of the way the ultimate law of physics could be or whatever. And I just say, well, no, it's not. It's necessary too. And so that also would undermine their argument. But usually when the professors I've talked to on Bayesian epistemology, they don't claim that. They usually claim that simply the fact that if any data would be expected under hypothesis, then it's more likely than any other hypothesis that doesn't literally entail something that would expect the data.
No. It can't. If they're just making a statement about the conditional probability, then that's trivial. But if they're making a statement about the posteriors, given that the data, it's not a general fact, because consider the leprechaun in the gold brick case. If I have my hypothesis that there's, some gold brick loving leprechaun that likes to place gold brick places, and I'm comparing that to another hypothesis that says there are no gold brick loving leprechauns, that the observation that there's a gold brick on my table is going to be more strongly predicted under the leprechaun hypothesis. However, it's not going to be the case that when I incorporate that data, that there's a gold brick there, that I think the leprechaun theory is more likely, because my priors on those hypotheses were very much different. My prior on the leprechaun hypothesis was so low that even though this kind of raises my credence in it very slightly, if in any appreciable extent, it's still going to be much more likely that there wasn't a leprechaun. The other hypothesis is going to be more likely.
Right.
So just the fact that it you have a higher conditional probability doesn't by itself entail that your posterior is going to be higher if the data is met.
Right, I agree, but the problem here is that because they have the implicit assumptions that their priors of the magical leprechaun god is real, it seems like this is evidence because they have those higher priors, which means this thing in itself really does nothing. It's not evidence. It's only if you have these higher priors, this other evidence of a god, and then you have this piece of data, you could say, okay, well, now that there's this other high good evidence of God, you can say, okay, well, maybe it's like a horse creating a hoof print in the snow. If we already know about the horse, that's a rational conclusion. But until you provide that, this argument itself is a nothing. It's just trivial. And that's the problem here, is that you can't call this evidence until you provide that other thing that raises the priors.
Well, normally there's two things that might be said there. Three things, I guess. Someone might bring in other theistic arguments, but I'll ignore that. One thing is people say is that, if you're just comparing theism and atheism, why not think that they're about on a par, and before considering the evidence? One says there's a God, one says there isn't. Why would atheism be much more likely antecedently than theism? And the second thing, I don't know if you want to comment on that people might say is that because of how extreme the conditional probabilities are, i.e., the likelihood of life permitting conditions given atheism is so enormously low, or so they'll argue, and it's like many orders of magnitude higher on theism, the constraint on the priors would have to be extreme, right? It can't just be that atheism is somewhat more likely than theism antecedently. It would have to be many orders of magnitude more likely in order to balance out the base factor, the difference in the conditional probabilities. So I think people normally say those sorts of things.
Well, the first thing is atheism isn't a positive position, it's a negative position, just saying not something. So if you wanted to compare, like, is the naturalism or some version of not God more like equally likely than a God, I'd say yes, those are a priori as equally likely without any assessing any other evidence. But if we're saying is the position not something as likely or not likely, I'd say the not something is always going to be more likely because there's infinitely many alternatives that don't include that thing that are equally as probable. So to say that there is not a God would include any of the infinite alternatives to God. And so is any of the infinite alternatives to God more likely than God? Yes, if we have no other prior data. So the not something is always going to be more likely than the something, essentially, other than reality exists or something. So I would say that the prior for atheism in that case is always going to be higher than the prior for God because it includes any of the alternative hypotheses that don't include the God.
Well, so on the first thing, that the not something is always going to be less likely. I'm not sure that
more likely.
The
So if I say
denying something, the hypothesis which denies existence of something is always going to be more likely.
Yes. So if I said, if someone says God exists and I say God doesn't exist, I'm going to have the higher probability because there's infinitely many alternatives to a God that aren't God. So if I think of it like a pizza, one slice of the pizza is a God and 7 slices are the not God. I have 7 slices, you have 1 slice. I have the higher probability.
Well, but if you think about the like possible worlds that include a God and the possible worlds that don't include a God, it's not sort of obvious sort of a priori that there's going to be more that don't include a God than do. In fact, you might think that in principle a God could create any of those worlds that you think exist absent a God, right? Think of the universes or whatever.
Well, no, because in those possible worlds there would be some other like super powerful thing like pantheism or whatever. So not God, the ultimate thing is the universe, or panentheism, or any of those alternatives that don't include a God, or like a drama bar, whatever it's called, the Buddhist force of nature thingy. Like, so all of these things have a fundamental essence of the universe which was not created, and they are not a God. So since there's a whole bunch of these alternatives that aren't a God, they're like the 7 slices of pizza. There's these other different things that aren't God, and each one of them could occupy or create everything or ground everything, and that are not God. And since there's more of them than there are God options, that means that there's more probability that I'm right and they're wrong. If we're just using logical possibilities.
It might turn out that there are more possibilities that don't include a God, but I think it's not as simple as you might be making it out. So you might think, for example, that there are a variety of other sorts of worlds that could come about if there is a God that couldn't come about if there isn't one. And kind of mirroring the stuff you were saying about how if there's a world where the fundamental stuff is this non-God thing, well, and there couldn't be a theistic world with that because presumably that precludes a God. Well, someone might disagree with that, but whatever. You could say on the other hand, well,
what do you mean someone would disagree with that? So like if they said there is an uncreated thing that wasn't created by God, and their definition of God is the thing that created all other things, wouldn't that be a contradiction? They would have to say that's impossible.
If that's the definition of God that they're using. But I think for the designer hypothesis, you don't need that, right? Presumably the kind of, as I would take it, this kind of charitable interpretation of the Bayesian fine-tuning argument is that the conclusion is just that our universe was designed. I don't think that entails some commitment to some more restricted form of theism, which says that that designer is, has omni properties and created everything apart from himself or anything like that.
Well, sure, yeah, you could say the designer's aliens or something, but usually I'm asking, what is your evidence for a God? as opposed to not God. So usually it's in the context of that conversation, not just saying a designer.
Yeah, so I think someone who would run it in the way that I've been describing might say, well, okay, this is maybe some evidence for that, but then we can make further sorts of inferences about what a designer of the cosmos would be like. Maybe it's immensely powerful, maybe it's immaterial, I don't know. And they might provide different sort of theistic arguments that kind of further compel the theistic case. I do want to say something really quickly, though, on the second thing you had said. Yeah, so if we're comparing, it sounded like you had agreed that comparing naturalism as a hypothesis to theism, that naturalism will pretty weakly predict life from any conditions, right? Or no?
Depending on the version of naturalism. So there's equally as many versions of naturalism as there are versions of a God hypothesis. So you can have a God who would only want black holes, and you can have a naturalism that has physics that only produces black holes. And you can have a God who produces the universe we see, and we can have a natural deterministic force that produces the universe we see. So there's equally as many variations of kinds of natural hypotheses as there are kinds of God hypotheses.
Yeah, well, I mean, that might be so. So are you saying that the priors are the same, or are you saying that the conditional likelihood of life is the same?
Yeah, so conditional likelihood before considering any priors at all. So no priors at all, just saying each one has logically possible this many variations.
Yeah, so someone like, I don't know, Luke Barnes will say, well, kind of built into the designer hypothesis is something like, that it's loving, for example. And that will predict, at least modestly, that it would prefer to create life from any universes, because at such universes, there would be things, or could be things, capable of, receiving its love and stuff like that. So that would make it more likely under that hypothesis that there would be life in many conditions. And then he would say, but we don't have something like that on your basic naturalism hypothesis.
Yep, I actually had this debate with him, and I was like, yeah, we can just mirror that and make up a new wiggly boogly property that wants the wiggly boogly property of particles, and therefore we get those, which entails that we have love.
Yeah, so I take it that he would probably say something like, but okay, you can say that, but we'd have to look at, first of all, I have to look at your hypothesis. And second, probably your hypothesis is going to be antecedently pretty unlikely, or at least pretty unlikely relative to my theistic hypothesis, or something like that.
Right, so we went through this for like 3 hours, and he just made some kind of a property that added some likelihood, and I just mirrored the property by making it a different kind of a particle or a different kind of a field. And for 3 hours, he just went through every single one, and I was essentially able to mirror it one-to-one, and it just adds different things, saying, oh, no, that's not likely because here's this new property, and I just make up a new property. It's like, oh, but that's not likely because of this new property, so I just make up a new property. And so it just goes down essentially equivalently, and there's no way to establish one is more likely than the other.
Yeah, so I'm fine with this sort of, if you want to call it kind of like a stalking horse objection. I know Malpass has talked with him about that, I think. Anyway, or maybe it was him. Anyway, although I think I like to make it more clear why I think the original argument goes wrong, because you might say this sort of objection that you can go through seems to work, but doesn't explain where the original argument goes wrong. And I think if we explore it or kind of analyze it more closely, we'll find that where the original argument goes wrong is in the constraint on the priors. But I'm not against what you did there.
Well, how would you show that? So yeah, I agree that in showing literally the argument doesn't work because the priors are so low on a God or whatever, like there's no evidence of non-physical minds or something like that. Yeah, we can definitely go that route, but I don't see how that addresses the argument itself. That just says, oh, there's these other priors of these other kinds of arguments that show that this is an unlikely explanation, but it doesn't show that argument itself is the problem. It shows that the other arguments that don't indicate it are the problem, and I want to show that that argument itself is the problem.
What argument itself? The Bayesian fine-tuning argument?
Yeah, just the fine-tuning part. So forget the priors, because the priors are all other arguments. Those are all different arguments that indicate different things. And so I want to show why the fine-tuning argument itself, without considering the priors, is a problematic argument.
Well, I'm willing to grant the other premises of the fine-tuning argument, at least for sake of argument. I think where it obviously goes wrong is on the constraint on the priors. And I think there are some, I don't know if I want to get into it now, but I make a couple of, I think, reasonable assumptions. I'll just say them. One of them is that a sort of bare theistic hypothesis, which says nothing about how it's likely to create, or doesn't include any property like love or something like that, is not antecedently more probable than a bare atheistic hypothesis. And the second assumption I make is that the bare theistic hypothesis doesn't predict life permitting conditions more strongly than the bare atheistic one. And I think from those and sort of uncontroversial probabilistic reasoning, we can just prove that given where the data only is the fact that the universe is life permitting, that's not going to favor any theistic hypothesis over the bare atheistic one. And I can show that pretty rigorously. Where I did that in the video, but it's kind of like I've since made although I think that my inference is correct, I've since made it a bit more precise and concise.
Yeah, I totally agree. I actually brought that exact objection up to Robin Collins in my conversation with him, and I got him to, admit that exactly that statement, that without adding the moral property, just the bare designer hypothesis the fine-tuning doesn't give any evidence to just the bare designer hypothesis without some additional property like morality. I have that a quote. I have like a TikTok of that, him saying that in my debate with him.
But then when you add that in, when you make your designer hypothesis more specific in that way, you're making it antecedently less probable, right? The more specific hypothesis,
well, that's where what I said before is that he's saying that no, all those other kinds of gods, those aren't possible. Those are not logically possible kinds of gods. There's only one way God could be. Therefore, it doesn't actually make it less probable because this is the only way God could be in the first place.
So that's the only way God could be.
Yeah.
Then I would think that if that's the only way, okay, two things to say. One, it just seems kind of strange to say that's the only way God could be. We're talking about something designing the universe. Why could it not be that it had different sort of design preferences and whatever? But whatever, if that is the only way God could be, then my constraint that the prior on theism and atheism is about on par is very unreasonable, actually, because the theistic hypothesis corresponds to a very small range of sort of logical space, and so should be antecedently very
like the pizza example. I have 7 pieces, you have 1 piece.
Exactly. Well, if they want to say something like God is
but that's where they make the argument that if there's a 50-50 between God and not God, and there's only one way God could be, then of the 50 guesses you have or whatever, anytime it lands on a God, you will get a life-permitting universe, whereas only 1% of the chances it lands on non-God will get a life-permitting universe. Therefore, under the God hypothesis, life is more likely.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe visions of a range of possible worlds, right? They're almost in this Lewisian way, okay, here's there's all these worlds, and how many of them include a designer, and how many of those include designers of a certain sort that would predict life permitting conditions? If they want to say that designers sort of invariably make it such that life permitting conditions are pretty likely, I think in the space of possible worlds where there are such designers are going to be a relatively small proportion of them. But that's a further conversation. I think the more obvious issue to me is that if we're just talking about a designer hypothesis, the hypothesis that something, designed a universe or created a universe, it's not a necessity in any sort that something which satisfies that role has the sort of attributes that it does. It could have had an inclination to create non-life emitting universes, or it could have just randomly selected, or it could have I don't know had any sort of creative intentions. And if that's the hypothesis we're considering, then I think my point goes through. But if we're considering this more specific one, where it's like necessary that a designer of that sort would have the sort of attributes that it does, then that's just going to be a much more specific hypothesis on its own. So you can, in a way, you could think of that hypothesis as adding on to the fair designer hypothesis that I was considering. And so it's going to be entirely consistent with what I've been saying, which is that once you add in this extra attribute onto my bare design hypothesis, which is such that you'll be talking about something which is like necessarily a certain way, you're going to lower the prior on that hypothesis being true, and you're going to lower it at least as much as the conditional probability increases. So,
yeah, I totally agree. That's exactly where I went in my debate with Luke Barnes and Robin Collins.
But yeah, making that explicit takes a bit. But that's what I think is the base.
You should send your videos to them, to Troy.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get around to making the follow-up on this because I wanted to. Well, there's two things I wanted to do. One, I wanted to kind of restate some of the inferences that I made because it's, I think, more clear and more concise in the way that I now have it. And two, I wanted to respond to a couple more objections, including one from, I don't know if it's really an objection to this, but I wanted to respond to a sort of objection that Luke Barnes has made, which is that, if you're, consider the
bathroom beer back.
Consider the possibility that the stars start arranging into verses of the Bible or something, night after night. You can see it's like pretty regular, pretty predictable, and so on. If your response to the fine-tuning argument rules out that as like strong evidence for a designer or at least some sort of powerful agent, then that undermines your response to the fine-tuning argument, because that really should be good evidence for a designer or at least a powerful agent. And I have a few things to say about that. What I would say is that construed in the same way that the Bayesian fine-tuning argument is construed, where we're not allowed to sort of appeal to other considerations, I would say that's not a good evidence for a designer or a creator. However, given other facts about what sort of things tend to produce sort of symbols of that sort that appear to suggest some sort of linguistic competence, and facts about what sort of things tend to produce displays of linguistic competence that correlate with other such displays, and facts about which sort of things are likely to be capable of producing this sort of display. All of that is going to be reasonable evidence, I think, in favor of at least a powerful agent being responsible for that. There might be some other hypotheses, but it's going to be decent evidence for that. But that's going to be considerations which my response to the fine-tuning right here wouldn't undermine. If we had something similar to that in the case of the fine-tuning of the physical parameters, then I could say the same thing here. I mean, maybe that would be good evidence for there being some designer for that. If there were sort of features in the design which we found to be strong evidence of it being the result of some intentional action, which I think in principle you can have, I just don't think we do. And that's not normally included in, or ever included, I think, in how the fine-tuning argument is run.
Yeah, Barnes brought up that stars example when I talked to him.
I remember him. It was, why does this keep? I hate the mobile app. Someone pointed me to that in his conversation with. It was either James Photo or Digital Gnosis. He was on one of those channels talking to the other one. I forget.
Y'all need to stop bad mouthing Luke Barnes.
I'm definitely not bad mouthing Luke Barnes.
I haven't started. I haven't
I'm
started
just-
bad mouthing.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
Why
But
not?
I love Luke. He's funny. Have you heard his conversation with Sean Carroll on I think it's Unbelievable podcast? It's awesome.
I don't think so.
Oh man, I love Sean Carroll does such an awesome job in that conversation. I love Sean Carroll.
Yeah, for physicists who have things to say on philosophy, is one of the better ones.
Well, he is a philosopher. I mean, that's pretty much what theoretical physics is.
Yeah, though I think
Ooh,
he just
set some
recently.
people off.
I know. I think he just recently got his appointment was a sort of joint appointment in physics and philosophy, if I recall.
Oh wow. Yeah,
At
he's got
MIT,
so
where
many
is he?
different.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just blanked on what university he's at. Is it MIT? No.
You know, I
No,
actually
let me check.
talked to him about coming onto my show, and he's so busy with his own podcast. And I was like, "Yeah, yours is pretty good. It's okay." But
Well, he's also not a homosexual.
oh
It's
man, why
Caltech.
not? Dang it! Dang it!
Hard word.
Why does it always go there with you, Jack?
I don't know.
Because he spends too much time on Discord and gets his
Oh,
brain
of course.
polluted by all the Discord people.
Of course, he's at Caltech. How did I forget that? Yeah, he's at Caltech, not MIT.
Yeah, but he got his PhD from Harvard. I didn't know that.
TJump. I think I spend more time on Discord than you do.
That explains a lot.
Aw,
That's
poor-
what's wrong with you.
Well,
Hi,
good
TJump.
talk, Tom.
Yep, nice chatting with
No.
you as always.
No, it was boring as hell. Y'all need to move on to something else.
Eddie, didn't I crush you in our debate that time, like a few times?
Oh, which? Come on now. I mean, that's not an accomplishment.
I thought Quick Brown had some very good points, though. So I thought.
Which ones? When he starts screaming and yelling, or that's usually when
Yeah.
he's on fire. He gets loud and he's almost at the point where he's gonna win. So I was the focus of his wrath one night.
What was that on? I don't recall. Was that on the Trinity or something, or no?
Molinism.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, who have you read about free will? I named a couple people, and he's like, "You don't know shit." I was like, "Dang,
It's
bro."
like I read Dirk. Yeah.
Hey, TJump. Did you notice I subbed to your channel there tonight? The other thing, the super sub.
Thank you,
button there?
appreciate it. Yeah, the membership thingy.
Yep. Now I'm on both that and Patreon.
Nice, appreciate it. Appreciate the support.
You
It'd be
want
helping me with
something
my
you want-
atheist church.
You want
Aw,
sub to friction? That's crazy. That's crazy. Unbelievable.
why would I sub to friction with money?
Ooh,
Super chat.
That's fair. That's fair.
ooh, it's messed up. So messed up.
No, when you sub to TJump, you get mods.
That's right. Want to be a mod on
You
my
can have mods on
Discord?
my server if you sub. Not that my server is very active. But...
Hey
I didn't
guys.
even know you even had a server.
It's actually right above mine on this on politics and religion. Like his room is right above mine with the name of his Discord, but mine has a cool lightning bolt.
Oh no, he has a whole server. It used to be fire, but now he comes over here all the time. It sucks.
Yeah, I can get it
Or
going
TJ?
again. It's just I don't know. People just
No,
congregate
it's
here,
some,
so
it's some pretty good conversations in the text chats. I don't say much, but I read a bunch of them.
Eddie's a lurker.
yeah, sometimes.
I'm a what, TJ?
Lurker? He just lurk in the.
I'm definitely a lurker. Some people call me a stalker, but I think that's unfair.
That's only Darth Dawkins that calls people stalkers.
You're a stalker and a troll. Get him out.
And a bottom.
What about the top?
I was actually disappointed. I just recently heard that Darth Dawkins despises me.
Oh no! Welcome to the
Here-
club, fellow. Oh,
Yeah,
hi,
well,
everybody. It's me, Fluffy.
I wanted to be friends with Darth, and he doesn't want me to be
Hi,
friends.
everybody.
Darth
Join the
doesn't
big
have
club
friends
of
with me.
despised characters.
Wait,
Wait, after those 2 conversations you had with him, Eddie, that he despises you now, those were like the tamest conversations I've ever seen with Darth.
Oh,
You're
I've got a
talking
part.
Darth Dawkins.
I've
If you
got a
don't
part
agree with him on
3.
every little thing, he's just going to despise you. So
Oh, there's a
sorry.
third I haven't seen. Okay.
Yeah, it was in a room that didn't have replays on, so I screen recorded it. I just hadn't had a chance to edit it, and I'm gonna probably send it over to Tom, let him put it on his.
Oh no, I'd love to see it.
Oh no.
God 420.
I mean,
That's
Tom
kind of a
recognized him.
that's kind of a contradiction.
Why? God
God
can't
made
smoke
weed.
weed?
What-
No, he
God
can't
made
smoke
weed.
weed.
What are you talking about?
God, what do you mean? He can't smoke weed.
My God smokes weed.
Who's your God?
Well, God created it. The Bible says that God created
Exactly.
everything.
Yeah. So
Hey,
he
64.
created rocks. That doesn't
Hey,
mean that
64.
what?
Oh my God,
This-
dude! Can you
this
get the
one is-
mic out
this-
of the back of your throat, please?
Hey, 64. This is just for you.
What? Okay, is that better?
There we go.
Nice bong hit. Very nice.
Sounds
very
like
nice.
you have too much water in that bong. You need to take some out.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I did because I filled it in a quicker hurry to get it going in time to give him that sound.
Anybody else got any comments about the debate today, the Ken Hovind debate?
Wait, is biblically here?
I saw about 10 or
Is that
15 minutes ago.
Cornelius?
Here.
Is that Cornelius?
I have a sonnet missive contra TJump.
Who talks
Oh,
like
this
that?
guy! Oh my God, this guy!
Hey, I
Here,
like this
TJ,
guy.
talk
This
to this
guy.
guy
This
for
guy has paid me for like 3 or 4 debates. I love this guy.
Really?
Yep.
Oh
Not me. So allow me to get this sonnet missive out. Is that
Oh. Our Christological biblical accounts.
Christological biblical respond.
biblically our Christological God is eternal? Reply.
Oh, he changed.
Reply?
He changed the
Respond.
pronoun. It's not respond anymore.
It was
Wasn't
Hang on.
it? Wait, TJump, wasn't it biblically God drawn babies? Isn't that one that was?
Yes, biblically, God drowned babies. Please respond.
Biblically, our Christological God is eternal. Reply to that, TJump.
Biblically, God sent bears to maul children for making fun of a bald guy. Please respond.
Biblically, thou art ontologically presupposing the ontotheology of our Christological God betwixt thy premise contra me. Thus,
Hey, biblically.
you jump. Hang on. Biblically, you're discussing special revelation. We are on general revelation. So if you want to discuss special revelation,
Is that like special and general relativity?
Oh, it's special.
Biblically, you're talking about the Bible, so you're presupposing Genesis 1:1 in the beginning, God.
Not at all.
So that is, so if you want to discuss special revelation, we can do that. However, repeat the following phrase first, as you did last time. Our God of the Bible is eternal.
So you admit it. It was you.
Biblically.
Did you? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why do you have to Why do you have to presuppose Genesis? How does that follow?
Biblically, Genesis 1:1 in the beginning, God. So you can't critique the Bible unless presupposing the Bible. So
What?
That
Actually,
doesn't
we can
follow. That is a non
That doesn't follow at all.
That's
Hey,
not a presupposition.
In the beginning,
Biblically,
God.
that doesn't
So
follow.
if you're jumping to kings in the Bible,
You know,
you've
biblically
first have
doesn't
to
make it any more
presuppose.
right. Just putting biblically in front of it every time doesn't make it more right.
No, because
Biblically,
biblically actually makes it
It's not
wrong.
biblically, it's
Do you know
biblically.
what's
Biblically.
Do you know what's funny, guys?
Wait,
The people here think that
biblically.
he's being serious.
Biblically,
Have
I would
you ever been
appreciate it
known
if
biblically?
Biblically, I would appreciate it if you don't
Beep,
white
beep,
knight
beep,
for
beep, beep.
TJump.
That was
So
so
allow TJump
biblical.
to respond.
That was so biblical. I don't know what to do with it.
Can you say
Look,
biblically
if
10 times, please? I just want to hear you say biblically like 10 times. I'd appreciate it.
Biblically, thy sonnet response contra me is a possible red herring ploy to elude away from addressing my sonnet request.
You won't even say
I was
that.
excuse me.
No.
Why did you fart?
Excuse you indeed, sir.
What if it's
Sounds like he's farting.
biblically?
He's apologizing for farting.
What if it's biblically?
Biblically, I'll
Biblically
reiterate
biblical.
the aforementioned statements. So, because this discourse is being derailed. So, our Christological
Something's being
God,
railed. Yep.
Biblically, our Christological God is eternal.
Well,
Reply to
what
that
is a
TJump.
Christological God, dude?
That's
what do you-
enough. That's enough of the derailment for now. Anybody else have any comments on the Kent Hovind debate that was just happened? Or
I didn't get to catch all of it.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to go back and finish it.
Yes, I have the question. So biblically, what would you say about that?
He was so
I enjoyed it. I have always enjoyed debating Kent. It is quite entertaining to debate Kent.
But he's such a dick.
See,
But
we have the
T-Jump.
Trinity of Trinities.
I've never been
T-Jump,
bothered by
what's
people
your-
being like assholes, like because he lets you speak, he lets you get points out, and then responds, or at least tries to respond to them. Like he's better than Jay Dyer or Darth Dawkins, so I've always enjoyed talking to him. Like I don't care if he insults me; that doesn't matter at all, as long as he lets you like finish your point and engage in the conversation.
That's what he's doing
That's
with you,
true.
though. He's wanting to just use you as a platform to speak his shit and then go forth. And so he'll let you say everything you want to say as long as you let him say everything he wants to say, because then his propaganda's done.
Exactly, that's what I'm doing to him too. Like I got 400 viewers on my channel and on Standing for Truth channels at the same time. That was great.
Well,
It's
TJump,
weird
what's
how he
the,
still says things like, you never see a dog producing a non-dog. Like, okay, that's not something... When you expect going from like one generation to the next, or one parent to its like offspring, that it's not going to be significantly different.
Come on,
Right?
y'all know that
That's not-
Ken Hovind. You know
I
he
loved
owns everybody.
that was my favorite part, because then I was like, I've never seen a Kent I've never seen Kent produce a non-Kent. But do I have evidence? Do I have evidence of a Kent producing a non-Kent?
TJump, that was really a weak point from you. I mean, what would be the Christological dependency?
A biblical Christological.
Oh yeah, sorry,
Get it
biblical
right.
Christological dependency.
Well, you never see a flat earther preaching about the glories of the globe Earth.
I mean, in terms of taxonomy, things in the genus Canis or whatever are always going to produce things in the genus Canis.
Penis.
That's just
The
how it
genus
works.
penis?
Oh, penis.
What's a genus penis?
Canis.
Oh.
Same thing, but yeah.
Yes, sir.
No.
God 420, I know you're not a round earther. Come on.
Hey, Brewfax. Guess what? We all know about the 15-degree per hour drift. Do you get my drift?
No. It's stacked on turtles' backs. It's turtles all the way down.
Wait,
it's
Eddie, I
not.
made my video. I
No, it's
published
not.
my
It's
video
elephant. It's
on the Rob
elephant.
Coons Grim Reaper stuff.
Yeah,
What?
I caught part of it earlier. I haven't got to finish the whole thing.
What was the video?
Are you familiar with the like Grim Reaper paradox stuff?
Yep.
Argument
No,
for the
there's no
universe
infinite
of-
regress because of what's this guy's name? Pruss? Something Pruss?
Pruss has been on it too.
Pruss.
He has this in his 2018 book, something, I forget. But the main paper that people cite is Rob Coons' 2014 paper.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Coons does too, doesn't he? He talks about...
Well, he was the one that really made it popular. He has a paper from
Who-
2014, 2017, 2020.
Didn't Coons
But
and
the
Pruss
2014.
do one together?
I think they've written a paper together. I don't think they wrote
Oh.
specifically on this.
Yeah,
Because they've written on the PSR stuff. I think.
That's what I was going to say. They wrote on the denying the PSR, leading to ultimate
Yeah.
skepticism. Or
So you made a
Yeah,
video
in fact, they have two
addressing
papers on
the
that. There's the
Grim Reaper?
2012 one and then the 2021. No, what?
You made a video addressing the Grim Reaper thingy.
Yeah, I'm actually. I don't know if I should be saying this too much, but I'm writing a paper on it with somebody else as well, kind of exploring some of these points I noticed. Don't necessarily want to say who I'm writing it with, but some people know.
Darth Dawkins.
That's correct.
So what is
That's
your
gonna be a
objection
shitty
to
paper.
what is your objections to the Grim Reaper paradox?
Well, there's a couple, although kind of the main thing in the video is that I come up with a sort of parody that's meant to make like the same assumptions that the original argument makes, but without any sort of additional assumption like that you can have infinite space times or non-well-founded infinite series of non-overlapping temporal parts, or however you put it. The point is that like I can generate a paradox with some of the assumptions you make, and not the controversial one, right? Well, the one that's by your light is controversial, but that gives us reason to think that those assumptions aren't all true. Your argument needs those assumptions, so your argument has to be unsound. That's kind of the point.
Wait, so which assumption? So you're saying you can make an argument using all of the same assumptions except one?
Pretty much, yeah. So the way his original argument runs, he has like these four assumptions, premise 1 through premise 4, whatever. He calls them P1, P2, P3, P4. And then there's H1, where H1 is this sort of assumption for reductio. And those 5 premises together are found to be inconsistent because they entail the Grim Reaper scenario. What I want to say, and the H1 is the one about how you can have certain sorts of space-times, right?
That's the one that you don't include?
Right, so I don't include that. I include ones like, and I actually don't include P4 either because I don't need it. But I include ones relevantly similar to P1 through P3. Actually, one of them is just the same. P2 is the same. It's the patchwork principle. But the other two are like similar premises. Like they're just as plausible as the ones in Grim Reaper argument. And I argue anyway. And the point is that, but from those 3, I can still generate a sort of Grim Reaper style paradox, right? So those 3 can't be true, but his argument needs those 3. So the argument can't be sound. That's the point. So I could explain it, but
yeah, what's the contradiction in accepting the first 3?
Well, I can generate another sort of paradox. So this is the one that I do. So his P1 is that the Grim Reapers are possible individually. Like you have one Grim Reaper that on its own kind of has this power to kill Fred or whatever, or not kill Fred if some conditions met. What I say is I have a special sort of light bulb, right? And these bulbs are have this disposition to be on if and only if there are no light bulbs to its left which are on. And I define the to the left of relation in a very specific way. So if the bulb of one bulb, so to speak, the glass of one bulb is touching the electrical contact of another, that first bulb counts as being to the immediate left of the second. And if there's sort of like a string of them connected in this way, like each of them are connected to they're touching like the electrical contact to the bulb and so on, in a line of them.
They call
anyone further down the line, so to speak, is to the left of anyone further up the line. I state more precisely how the relation works, but whatever. That's the basic idea. So if you have 4 of these in a line, say, where you have one and there's an electrical contact of one touching the bulb of that one, and then a third one touching electrical contact of where the electrical contact of that one touches the bulb of the second one, a fourth one the same. The first one I mentioned would be the leftmost one, and it would be on because there's no light bulb to its left, which is on, and the rest would be off because for them there's a light bulb to the left, which is on. Anyway, that's the basic idea. Those bulbs are possible individually. The second premise, I assume, which is just the same premises in the original Grim Reaper argument, is the patchwork principle. I don't know if I need to get into that now. And the third is that the sort of powers and dispositions that those bulbs have individually are intrinsic to them. I don't know if we need to get to that right now either. But the point is that what those 3 assumptions would allow is the inference to the possibility of an arrangement of these bulbs that form a circle. And if they're in a circle, you get a paradox, because if any bulb is on, there's going to be a bulb to its left, namely itself, because it's going to, the chain kind of loops back on itself, so it's going to count as being to the left of itself in the way that I defined that relation. So a light bulb can be on only if it's off. So a light bulb, no particular light bulb can be on, but if all of them are off, then every light bulb to each one on its left is off, and so they should be on. And so they can't all be off. So I've shown that they can't all be on. Sorry, I've shown that they must all be off, but also that they can't all be off, which is contradiction. And so we've generated a sort of Grim Reaper-like paradox, or Benedetti-like paradox. I actually think it still shares the abstract structure of the Benedetti paradoxes, blah, blah, blah. This is something I call it. Potentially talking about in the paper, but whatever. Point is, I have these three assumptions. P1 star, if you want the possibility of the bulbs individually, which is just like the possibility of the Grim Reapers individually, not less plausible anyway. P2, which is the patchwork principle, that's the same as the P2 in the Grim Reaper argument. And P3 star, if you want, is the intrinsicality of the relevant powers and dispositions, which seems, I mean, I don't think that's plausible, but it's not less plausible than in the Grim Reaper case, which supposes that the powers that the Grim Reapers have are intrinsic to them. And but from those three assumptions, P1 star, P2 star, P3 star, I'm able to generate the paradox. And these premises are like no less plausible than the ones in the Grim Reaper argument, so those should be dismissed as well. The conjunction of them should be dismissed. That could be that two of them are true and one of them is false, but it's at least not the case that all of them are true. That's the point. So you could think about what Kuhn does in his arguments. Like, look, I have these five mutually unsatisfiable statements, right? And what he says is the way we're going to make them, going to resolve the problem, is to deny the fifth one, the one that says something about possible spacetimes. My point is that, wait a minute.
Even if you deny the fifth one, the first three still create the same problem, so you have to deny one of the first three?
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah, so like, I don't take them like as is. I come up with like, well,
parodies.
Two different assumptions. One of them is the same, but two different ones that are like relevantly similar. So like they're not less plausible than those two. So it's kind of the same thing. Like the possibility of this sort of light bulb individual, the possibility of Grim Reaper. It's really kind of the same thing.
Could you just do that with the Grim Reapers and just say one Grim Reaper kills the other Grim Reaper or something to make those essentially like the flashlights, the light bulbs? Just literally take exactly his example.
It can't be exactly the same because, I mean, I could have made it with Grim Reapers that are in one state or another state, but it has to be that.
Like, is there a relevant difference? Because you said they can't be the same. Why can't you take exactly his three first premises and just essentially make the Grim Reapers trying to kill one another, essentially, and get the same circle problem?
Trying to kill one another? I'm trying to think of how I would set that up. So it's like one of them kills, I don't know,
the Reaper to the left, or the Reaper to the left kills the Reaper to the right, or whatever.
Okay, if there's a Reaper such that if there's a Reaper to its right, it kills it, or kills all the Reapers to its right?
Yeah, it could probably just be any individual one to its right, or if it's about to be killed, it kills the next one to the right or something. Or just stabs. Maybe just stabs would be fine without actually killing. And then all of the Reapers would either have to be stabbed or not stabbed, and it would lead to a paradox, because if the Reaper to the left stabbed the Reaper to the right, and if it's stabbed, it stabs the next guy. Then they'd either all have to be stabbed or none have to be stabbed if they're also in a circle, kind of like your light thingy.
You have to understand precisely what the property is. So they stab on what condition?
If they've been stabbed.
They stab if they've been stabbed?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then each of them are going to stab the one to the front of it and get stabbed by the one behind. I don't think that's no paradox there, right?
But if if they're in a circle, then, or something like that.
No, I don't think the circle is. I think that case is still fine in a circle, right? Because each of the one in the circle is going to get stabbed and it's going to stab. I think that's consistent. So might be a way to set up something.
Yeah. So what is your rule that they couldn't just all be off?
Well, if all of them are off, then pick any one of those light bulbs. Every bulb to its left, in the way I've defined it, is off, and
Oh,
that's
gotcha.
supposed to be a sufficient condition for it being on. So it should be on, right? But it can't be on, because if it were on, it would be to its left, and that's the sufficient condition for it being off. If it's on and there's one to its left which is on, then it's off. So there might be a way to make it, like I could say the same thing. The fact that I used bulbs is kind of relevant. I could have said, it's just that I had to choose something that can be in like one of two states, or at least can be in at least two states, and that the state it's in varies with the state of others in its environment. So it could have been like, I don't know, Grim Reapers are either smiling or not smiling or frowning, right? And it's smiling if and only if no Grim Reaper to its left is smiling, something like that. It's the same
Detroit,
sort of thing.
could you make it the case that each Grim Reaper is holding one of those light bulbs and responding to whether the light bulb is on or off?
And responding to whether the light bulb's on or off? I don't know if that's going to add anything, right? Because the light bulbs on their own are going to generate the paradox, right? I mean,
Well, sure, but you were just trying to find some way to make the
Well, my original question is what is it about the original three premises that he uses that you can't use those on their own to create the same paradox, and you need to make the one that you've done that with the slight changes?
it would
I
seem
need to
to me like
assume.
oh god.
I guess the thing I need to assume is that the states of the light bulbs can, like, in a way kind of simultaneously co-vary with each other.
Is that somehow
So
different than his time premise that you're rejecting? Because it seems like it's accomplishing the same thing.
yeah, I'm not requiring that like time is dense, or that there are instances of time, or that time is beginningless, or anything like that. So I mean, I do have this assumption, I guess, that there can be things that are like co-vary with each other simultaneously. Well, that's not absurd. I mean, actually, that's something that we observe anyway. So it's in the actual world. So I don't think that would be a controversial assumption. Now, maybe someone would think that it's a controversial assumption that bulbs like this might be able to co-vary in that way. I don't see why that would be any more controversial than the assumption that, you know, the Grim Reapers could in principle behave in the way that they do. I mean, in the example, even in a finitist version of it, you have to stipulate that the Grim Reapers can move at like many times the speed of light or something like that. But like the physical plausibility of the scenario is not really what's in question. It's sort of the coherence of it, or metaphysical plausibility, if they want to say.
Well, my question is why do you need to add that extra assumption? Why can't you just go with his original three premises?
Because I can't generate this sort of sequence that's I don't see how I would generate the sequence without something like this. That there's sort of the simultaneous covariation, because the point of his is that
How does he generate the
you,
sequence? Because he doesn't have that. How does he generate the sequence of the infinite Reapers?
yeah, well, when he adds this assumption about like possible space times and so on, he then, well, that's part of the inference to the possibility of having the sort of infinite sequence of Grim Reapers, each operating either on an earlier day or earlier, like, and smaller segment of time. Whereas if you don't make that assumption, that inference is going to be blocked because, or at least might not be warranted because, you know, that setup requires that there either a beginningless or a dense time at which these Reapers could exist.
Right. So your
and
added premise is essentially doing the same thing as his added time premise. You're just doing it in a different context. So could he just make the argument that there's some context different where his argument would apply to universe and time and beginning or whatever, and yours applies to some other completely unrelated context, and it's a completely legitimate argument in that context, but it wouldn't in any way validate his other context?
I'm not sure what context. The point is that, like, if I'm able to make this sort of argument, it's true that I'm making this assumption about possible simultaneous covariation, whatever. That's not strictly speaking an assumption of his, although something near enough is, because he assumes that Grim Reapers can respond in, if not instantaneously, like pretty near to it, but whatever. Strictly speaking, yes, it's an assumption I'm making that he's not. But if the point is that this is a pretty reasonable assumption, it's a pretty plausible assumption that they would likely grant, then my argument seems to go through, right? It's like if I said, I have this additional assumption for my argument, which is that, I don't know, there is a world. Like, if I made something pretty uncontroversial, it's like, that's not going to undermine my point substantially. So, like, yeah, I guess there's some differences between my example and the Grim Reaper one, but they're not going to undermine my point if the differences are, like, not controversial. So, like, if they were to say, okay, I'm going to maintain my assumptions I use in my argument and reject this, like, additional assumption that you make, if the assumption they have to reject is something really plausible, then that's like a bullet to bite. It's a move they could make, I guess. But if they have to deny something, like, I don't know, it's possible to have things which covary simultaneously with each other. That seems to be something that's actual. So I don't even, that seems like pretty implausible as something to deny as a possibility. Yeah. But some of these things, actually, I discussed that. I don't know. I think I discussed that briefly in the video, and I'm just going to discuss it more in the paper.
I hope you did it much more succinctly than that.
The video is like an hour long, but
oh shit!
But that covers the first 10 or 12 minutes covers like some of the background on like David Lewis and the patchwork principle stuff, and then
get it down to
2 minutes, and then the other issue that I bring up before this sort of bulb example is this stuff with how Kuhn's is understanding intrinsicality, but that might take a long, boring explanation that I don't think people here understand.
No, actually, your stuff is pretty decent. Keeps me engaged, even though I'm ADHD. But
let's go.
Just don't get distracted, okay?
What'd you say?
I said, just don't get distracted. Get it?
Yeah, that's why I said, what'd you say? Squirrel? No, it's
rabbit.
I think you need to hit the bong again.
Well, squirrels are a little too small. Rabbits got more meat on them. Yep.
It's for taking hits from the bong.
All right, anybody else got any substantive comments?
Oh, I was just going to say, one of these days you're going to stop running away from concrete when he brings up an argument, TJump.
Concrete, oh my gosh.
Well, he needs to actually like express an argument to address and then like actually answer the question.
You know, his name is perfect because that's what it's like talking to concrete.
How did the Hovind thing end?
How did it end?
Yeah.
Ran out of time pretty much. Like it was, we just kept going on the exact same topic the entire time.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I think I watched the end of his second rebuttal and then the first few minutes of the conversation after that, and I have a feeling that a lot of it covered those things that were mentioned there.
Yep. That's essentially the point of the Kent Hovind debates, is just to show that he didn't understand the argument and explain it simpler and simpler and simpler, and then get him to contradict himself in some very silly way, and that's how you win a debate with Kent Hovind.
Oh, here comes another picture of all the dog breeds. Here we go.
TJump, have you ever read or listened to Alexander Pruse's argument from beauty.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so effective. I think it's probably one of the worst presentations of an argument I've ever. I love Bruce, but that one was terrible.
It's almost as bad as the ontological argument.
Almost. Well, which one?
All of them. I love.
It's kind of a thing. None of them work.
I love Capturing Christianity, where he goes like he makes 20 different versions of the ontological argument or 20 different versions of the cosmological argument. Oh, look, they're all shit for the exact same reason. Haha.
Are you talking about that 150 plus arguments for God?
Yep.
I can't remember.
Yep.
Oh, the argument from arguments.
That one, I sent you that one, didn't I? That one's so hilarious. Like, if we accept that all of the different 24 or plus arguments are good, therefore we have evidence. Yes, genius.
Yeah, it's.
Is he a Poe or is he like just bad?
Capturing Christianity? No, he's just bad.
He's legit. He actually thinks he believes what he believes.
Yeah. Yes. He definitely believes what he believes.
Y'all are just being ugly.
Whoa,
No,
wait,
man, I
wait.
was trying to be.
So you
respectful
guys
and assume
actually
he was an idiot.
For
So you
someone
guys-
for someone not having
So you guys
academic
believe that
background, I
like
think
Kent Hovind is actually a charlatan or something?
Yes.
No, I think
I believe he's a Christian.
No.
I think there are two people. There are only two people who I think who I've met who could genuinely be Poes. Like I think
just said, or-
I'm pretty sure like most of the people who I talk to genuinely believe what they believe. Even flat earthers, I think, genuinely believe what they say they believe. Kent Hovind definitely believes what he says he believes. The only two people who I think don't are Alex Stein, Primetime 99, greatest Poe ever, and maybe Jin, Church of Entropy. Those are the only two people who I can say
But he
maybe.
has been arrested, right? He's a criminal. He does get away with ripping people off. This could all be a scam.
No, God forgives all sins. But I do have a question for TJump in regards to arguments. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Well, who
Great
was it
question.
that said,
Phenomenal
for tax
phenomenal
fraud, I
question.
believe, right?
Wait a minute.
Wasn't
So,
he
wait,
arrested
wait,
for
wait,
tax
whoa, whoa,
fraud?
whoa, 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 whoa. Who said something about a Christian and then something terrible and said, let's not split hairs? Who was that?
I did. I said that all Christians are the same.
Well, okay, you're an idiot. Thank you.
I think Eddie's.
It wasn't you that said
Eddie's
that.
offended on behalf of his Christian friends.
So what
yeah,
was
it was not me, but
what was the
my
question
dad
the other person asked? So, Detroiter, Kent Hovind got arrested for two things. He's got arrested for tax evasion and assault.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was the more recent one, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God, y'all are doxing Ken Hovind. What's going on? Come on now.
I don't think it
Actually,
counts as doxing.
We've interviewed his wife on Ashley's channel.
Oh, wow.
Ashley. Who's Ashley?
She's one of the members of the Clergy Project.
Oh, what is that?
It's
It-
the
his-
organization created by Richard Dawkins to help practicing ministers and priests get
Wait.
out of their.
Kent Hovind's wife is a
appointments.
part of that, or Ash is a part of that?
I'm sorry, what?
Kent Hovind's wife is a part of the clergy project, or Ash is a part of that?
Ashley, she's one of the fellows there. She
Gotcha.
actually interviewed his wife about him.
Gotcha. It's like, wait, Kent Hovind's wife is a part of the clergy project? Holy shit, no, that
No,
is
she
relevant.
got interviewed by him.
Interviewed.
Yeah.
It's
He was
crazy that
being
he still goes around calling
Job is
himself
hearing what
Dr.
he wants to hear.
Dr. Kent Hovind when he did not receive any degree from an accredited university.
Oh, he's got a doctorate.
From a diploma mill. It's not an accredited university.
I'm just playing, man.
No, there's a play on words there. He literally had to doctor it.
Oh,
I could see that. Yeah.
that was a good one.
Whatever you want to say.
I've seen it.
about Kent
I've seen it.
Hovind,
I don't think it's doctored. I've seen his his dissertation. It's not doctored at all.
Yeah, it's. But the point is that he wrote this. You can see it. You can read it. It's like, "Hello, my name is Ken Hovind." but it's also like, it Patriot University, quote unquote, is not accredited by a legit accreditation. You know, institution.
It's up there
And so
with
it's not a
PragerU.
genuine
Like it's totally legit.
I got a
No, it's less legit
philosophy.
than PragerU. It's literally like a trailer.
Detroit, I got a master's in philosophy, bro.
Whatever you want to say about Kent Hovind, at least he's not a Unitarian.
Oh, damn it, Jack! All right, you and me. I'm gonna find a room, and it's gonna be you and me, and we're gonna hash this shit out.
Okay, speakeasy, anyone?
That's a pretty good website for testing your internet speed.
You heard chess? I heard chess.
No, testing your internet speed. Speakeasy.net.
All right, let's play chess, TJump.
Yeah, let's do it.
No, I was talking about the
TJump
text.
is for losers. I mean, TJump chess is for losers.
TJump
Hey,
is for losers, man. Yeah, that's exactly.
That came out totally wrong.
What site do you have an account on?
Checkers is where the real
Of
skill
course,
is.
TJump is actually for losers. Why would you listen to him, right?
Well, I don't. I just play. What's it? Anonymous.
love you,
Because
George.
I'm addicted
Thank
to
you very much.
chess,
Thank
and I hate
love you
losing.
too.
So I just play anonymous. I have an account.
Bro, check.
Okay. I'll send you one.
I sent you. I sent you
Checkers is
a
where the real skill is.
DM'd you a thingy.
Dimmed.
TJump, by the way, I got you modded my channel as well in case you wanted to be in there. You
Cool.
wanted to be able to meet some idiot.
Yo, TJump.
Yep.
Yo,
I just figured they're watching now and kind of thank you almost. A few months ago, I started watching your videos, and it kind of brought me into this philosophical community, I guess. It really got me into thinking and more so. So I just want to say thank you and let you know I really enjoy your videos.
You're welcome. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Bro, you gotta.
This
you
guy
gotta
has
really-
so shaky voice, so cute.
You gotta up your game, man. If you're going to TJump's videos, then
Yeah, Brute Pack's podcast is so much better.
Well, let's go.
hey, whatever it takes to get people to come over there. Talk bad about it all you want, TJump. Just talk smack every episode about it.
Free advertising, right?
Exactly right.
Does anybody remember this phrase from an old YouTube video? It goes along the lines of, kids, here, take a flyer.
Ooh,
I did see-
apparently
I have
Xerxes
no
has
idea
a
what you're
debate
talking
now.
I did see that you reached 10,000 subs, TJump. Congrats on that.
Thank you.
Congrats, nice.
I don't even have 1,000 yet.
1,000.
That's an interesting way to put it, but yeah.
Yeah, 1,000. I cannot get to. I've got all the watch hours I need for monetization. I just can't get to the damn 1,000 mark.
What are you at? Like 600, 700?
Seven
Orange is
something.
damaged.
Seven something, and I've literally watched people like start their shit 3 months after me, and they're like 1.2 thousand.
All right, I'll give you a pity subscription, Eddie. Where are you at?
Oh my god, thank you so much.
You're
A
welcome.
pity subscription is how you say.
I'll take any of them I can get.
But you usually get an annual spike on the anniversary of the Stonewall riots, right, Eddie?
Oh hell.
Hey, Eddie.
There you go,
There
Eddie.
you go. Subbed a
Oh,
couple of my. I subbed a couple of my
7:45 right
accounts to you.
Y'all rock. Thank you so
Did
much.
you hear me? Subbed a couple of mine to you there for you.
Appreciate that.
I'll get the other one when I.
Oh, I have to dye my hair pink tomorrow.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, for your
why?
10K subscription.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, did you actually commit to
like
that?
you're really
Yes.
gonna do that.
Yes, I did. I committed to that. I have an appointment at a hairstylist salon.
Oh my gosh, no.
Wait, all your
Yeah.
hair or just the hair on your head?
Yes, my pubes. I'm doing my pubes.
Check it out, TJump. You have to do this.
TJump,
When you get it, hold on.
stream it.
When you get it dyed pink,
Yeah,
you
stream
have
it.
to
That can
get
be well.
you have to get leopard spots with it. It'll be badass.
You better stream it.
I'm not worried about the leopard spots. Just get a nice manicure to go with it.
And a petty.
Oh, my.
I wish I had hair to dye, but that's a different story.
He's gonna get hot and sexy, is he?
Don't act like you don't got a beard.
Yeah, you could.
I know.
Actually,
If you flip me upside
dyeing
down,
your
I look
beard, dyeing your beard would be even better. Eddie. That's better than
You know,
three.
I thought about doing it with kind of like a yellow and black leopard spots on it.
But you should do it if you get to when you get to 1,000 subs. You should dye your beard.
1,000? How about when I get to 10,000?
No, do it at do it at 1,000.
You know what? Just because you said that, Detroiter, I will do it. If I can get to 1,000 subs, I will dye it leopard colored.
Wait, leopard colored? I don't remember saying that, but sure.
Well, we were talking about leopard color, and you said you should dye it.
You're only 225 from it. You get there soon.
Shit! It took me a year to get where I'm at.
Leopard pink. Leopard pink.
Leopard pink.
You know, a pink pattern, but it's leopard pattern.
Yeah, I got that. I'm just trying to figure out how pink fits into leopard.
Replace the leopard colors with pink shades.
There you go. You fixed it.
TJump. Yeah, I know you've been on here for a while, so I don't know how much longer you plan on being here, but yeah, thanks again. And I guess I had a few questions. I don't know how many I'll be able to get through, but first of all, I found it interesting that you said that if Jesus, if Jesus was Lord, you knew for a fact he was, you would want to argue with him about morals rather than like why weren't there more obvious arguments for his existence? Like that's what you said, right? That you would rather argue the morality.
Yeah, I would debate with him on morality. I don't really care about the arguments.
Wait, I did want to ask, what did you think of your conversation with Eric Sampson?
Oh my gosh, who had?
I think you asked that last time, actually. It went well.
Oh, did I?
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should talk with oh no, he didn't agree. Whatever.
What?
I was going to say Lance, but then I remembered that. Yeah.
Yeah, Lance Bush. Eddie was going to set that up, and then he said no.
Yeah,
I think he might come around on that.
He wanted to work on his philosophical side of it first, because he spent so much time in psychology. Or on the psychology stuff.
Yeah, strictly speaking, he's in a psychology program for PhD.
Yeah. Da 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 da.
Was that supposed to be staying alive? What do you?
Yes. Well, I'm working on something, and I tend to just kind of do dumb shit when I'm working on stuff.
Yeah. The correct
And
song
also
would
when
have
you're
been.
not working on stuff.
Oh!
Hey, Brute
You're
Facts.
on fire tonight.
Hey, Brute Facts. The correct song would have been.
What
The
is that?
Simpsons?
So TJump.
It's The Simpsons.
Oh, yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Quit, as Stephen A. Smith would say, get off the weed.
Fuck you.
What?
Oh, that was kind of harsh, man. Come out of left field on that shit.
Don't ask me to get off the weed.
The weed. Oh shit! What the hell? Damn it! Adobe Premiere pisses me off so much. It's mainly my fault, but still, it doesn't matter.
TJump. So would you say that the Bible teaches, or at least like Jesus in the Bible teaches that if two or more are gathered in His name, that He will do anything they ask of Him?
What?
That's
Okay,
what I
so
was
in the
taught when I
Bible,
was in church.
in the Bible, there's a verse, there's a passage where Jesus tells His disciples, "Truly I tell you, if two or more are gathered in My name, I will do anything they ask for anything, He will give it to them." I guess I'm just wondering how you interpret that verse, because if you interpret it as Jesus literally telling the truth that if two Christians are gathered together and they ask for anything, He will give it to them, then maybe we can move on with the next step, because you said that enough miracles done in Jesus' name would convince you.
Yes,
and I would
enough
like to be able to
miracles
do that.
would
I think you're
convince me.
conflating two different verses.
Yeah, I would say
That's
that
valid.
the
Do you
meaning
know the
is
verses? 'Cause-
ambiguous. So because the
Yeah,
meaning
which
is
verse is it?
ambiguous, it can be interpreted in essentially any way you want to interpret it. And so there isn't a correct or incorrect meaning. It's just interpret it a la carte, whatever you want.
I have heard the apologetic that he was talking to the apostles and that only applied to the apostles.
Yeah, I tend to care a little bit less about specific verses because they're always going to say, "Oh, well, if you interpret it the way I do, it's like okay, I don't really care to like get into those."
No. Well, hold up. Now there is a proper hermeneutic.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is. Yes, there, and it's not just the
Alright.
Bible; it's ancient scripture. Ancient writings. Period. It's not. There are hermeneutics to studying ancient writings. It's not just
Okay,
a
but what
biblical.
if the ancient writings says you're not
But-
supposed to use hermeneutics, but they use the word they would have used? It's like
But that contradicts
no
the biblical
interpretation.
Christological.
Why would it? First of all, why would it say that? Second of all, how in the hell would they put hermeneutics into ancient Hebrew or Greek?
That's what I said. The concept, not the word.
What? I was. So what if they said that? Well, I mean,
Well, yeah, they basically like, okay, what do you say hermeneutics means? It's like an internal, coherent
it's-
understanding of scripture.
No. There's a proper way. It's a science and an art to. You have a structure that you follow, but when you get to interpretation, especially with different languages and translating different languages, it's an art because based on the expertise of the interpreters, we can't go one for one with the languages. So there has to be an idea, like with ancient Hebrew, for example, in the first chapter, the creation story, when it says that God's spirit hovered over the waters. Well, the Hebrew word is ruach, which could be wind, breath, or spirit. And throughout all of the Old Testament, in the old ancient Hebrew, there's no distinction there. So the interpreter has to see which one of those fits best in the story that's going on. So there's an art to it. And then the science to it would be looking at the historical context, the cultural context, the literary context, the genre of what you're reading. So there's a basic structure to it, and there's going to be some art to it. That's why you have people disagree on certain things on the translations.
Wait. When you said spear, is that euphemism for something?
What?
When you said spear, is that euphemism for something?
Spear. Well, I don't know.
Spear. He was wanting to know if you were using the term
Spear.
spear to be a euphemistic representation of something.
Who the hell said spear? I don't know what he's talking about. That's what I was asking.
Seer. I think he said.
Oh, seer. Okay,
I'm
I
sure
thought
he
you
said
said
seer.
spear.
You don't even
Okay,
know
I'm
what the hell you
sorry.
are. Who said anything about a seer, spear, sphere? Where did that come from?
I know. Our bad, I guess.
Welcome to TJump's Bible Hour.
Well, if you can get a hold of the Spear of Destiny, you can probably raise Satan from Underworld.
Come on, enough with the sexual euphemisms, please.
TJump. So if God is good, right, and you have a problem with his morals, should there be a way to justify his actions, even if you deem them to be immoral?
I don't know what you're saying.
Like, okay,
The morality
you
is
think
what
that?
he's asking.
What was it?
How does TJump ground his morality is basically what you're asking.
Thank you.
I'm a moral naturalist, so I ground it in like a law of physics kind of thing.
A law of physics kind of thing. Now, are the laws of physics at all, is it possible for them to change?
Sure, just like it's possible for God to change.
Okay, so you said it is possible for the laws of physics to change. So therefore, you don't have a very sturdy foundation, right?
Nope.
Like,
it's possible God could
revelation.
change. So just asserting that it's not possible isn't a thing. I can just assert it's not possible. It's not evidence, though.
Okay, so your response to that question was to put it on that the other side doesn't have a
like a leg to stand on.
Objective
also.
morality
So
doesn't mean it
should we
can't
bug
change. It's literally your argument does not follow that because it can change, it is therefore weak. That is false.
No, I'm just so I'm just trying to follow what you're saying. So because you said that your morality is founded on what do you say, the laws of reality, right?
Yeah.
So because you said that your morality is founded on the laws of reality, and you said that the laws of reality are subject to change, you do not have an objective morality,
No,
right?
I just debunked you. I said it doesn't matter if it can change. It's still objective. You're wrong.
No. Okay. Well, thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate.
something
I
can
just
be
want to make sure.
objective, but not like necessary. Like that's
Okay,
another
great.
thing,
Well,
right?
well, thank you. So, okay. So
Big
if
game, big
that
game.
is the case,
Okay.
if that is the case, then okay. I just have one last question. Isn't it foolish to rebel against God if you know for a fact you're going to go to hell?
No, not necessarily.
Not if you have a spine and you don't find dying for a worthy cause to be something to worry about.
What is worth burning forever? What is worth that?
Not
Like, why would you?
not adhering to the dictates of a mass murderer would be one.
Not caving like a chicken shit.
Why do you think that
Pure and
they're-
simple
why do
human
you think people
morality.
are going to burn forever? Where do you get that from?
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's for the sake of the argument. So
That's not in my biblical Christological.
Yeah, I wasn't raised thinking
Thing
hell was
is-
anything but a pagan belief anyway. So
it's
The thing
hell
is-
it's a foreign concept to
to biblical
Judaism
understanding.
and- yeah, most Abrahamic religions other than Christianity, it's a total foreign concept. It just
They
But
hold
he's
to
not-
they
and
do
every
hold
other
to
religion is
annihilation theory though,
false,
and
mhm.
even with annihilation theory, you're still talking about a kind of eternal punishment for a finite crime. So there's the injustice of that aspect.
Oh, wait a
But
minute,
at least it's not hell.
yeah, but were you hold on? Were you was it punishing to you before you were born?
He's not just a Unitarian, he's a Unitarian Universalist.
Now I'm as close to universalism as you can get without being a universalist.
Well, I appreciate you answering the questions, TJump. Yeah, thanks again for coming over. And also, I red profile guy. I can't see your name, but I appreciate you answering. For me too, because I could have worded it a lot better.
Rootpacks.com.
Thank you, guys.
You could call him Eddie.
Well, he's gone now, but I'd like to add something. There's a random caller I heard call into Atheist Experience one time, said something that I really liked. He said that the only being worthy of eternal torture and punishment would be the being that created such a place. I thought that was pretty good.
By bringing the left and the right hook.
Yeah, I mean, annihilation theory exists pretty much because people were convinced the idea of an all-loving God and a hell can't match. Those are logical contradictions, and so they said that can't be something that exists. So it's got to go the way of annihilation theory, not hell theory.
Yeah, it's
I don't know if this works, but I'm going for it.
it's the whole idea of hell, man, it's such a modern evangelical concoction that is just wrought from mythology or mythological sources and understandings. I mean, even the word hell
And Christology as well.
Yeah, it's biblically Christological. Even the word hell comes from pagan Norse mythology. Hel was the daughter of Loki, who was the guardian of the underworld. It's all mythological BS. It's kind of bled its way in.
Plagiarism. The word you're looking for is plagiarism.
Yeah, that could be true too. Yeah, it's I just modern day evangelical Protestantism, especially on the conservative side, especially the dispensationalists, it's their ideas are just.
What is dispensationalism exactly?
Oh, dispensationalism, it would be if you hear any Christian talking about the modern eschatology, it doesn't necessitate the modern eschatology. They just kind of go hand in hand. If you hear them talking about the pre-tribulation rapture, 7-year tribulation, the Antichrist, which is the beast, and all of that spurns out of dispensationalism. It's your literalist, your biblical literalist. It came about in the 19th century from John Darby, and they typically call it Darbyism, is what it is. So basically, it'd be most of your Southern Baptist, Pentecostal, Southern Pentecostal, Assemblies of God, non-denominational,
Jehovah's
charismatic.
Witnesses.
Are they? I don't think they hold to dispensationalism, but they do have an odd view of future events and things like that. So, yeah, it's actually this whole literalist thing, which is turning into a huge anti-intellectual movement, actually didn't even start until the 19th century. It is, and unfortunately, it took off in Europe. They brought it over here. There was a Schofield Bible, study Bible, that was released. The first one on the literal principle. And it was extremely popular with the Puritans. And then you had the Moody Bible that was released after that. And then the Moody Bible Institute College. So the literalist principle, this BS way of approaching scripture, is just morphed into this anti-intellectual, like super freaking.
But you know what the real problem there is, though, right? It's the fact that because of them trying to use a literal interpretation, they can then go to scriptures that say things like, you're not allowed to use interpretation. And then they turn to you and say, you use the Bible to prove that you are allowed to use your own reasoning and you're allowed to use your own interpretation. You do that using scripture because they have trumped you by using scripture in this argumentation.
Yeah, they're not trumping shit. They're ignorant as hell, and anybody wants to have that debate with me, I am readily and available for that debate, because their positions are untenable. The whole reason they have the crazy ass eschatology that they have is because they take the literal principle. So a lot of stuff doesn't jive if you look at it at face value. Basically, Jesus becomes a false prophet because he says this generation shall not pass before they see the Son of Man. And what would you say, Detroit?
I'm making just a chess comment. He takes in the night moves, guys. I wouldn't try to deal with that.
I still didn't hear you. You're like eating
He's
your
talking
microphone.
chess. He's talking chess, not a
Right,
response.
Sorry. Damn. Yeah, it just leads to all kinds of problems. That's why they have this huge, and you'll hear them quote stuff like "lean not onto your own understanding" and "don't fall victim to the wisdom of man in this world." And
no writing of God was ever revealed through the writer's own
That's
interpretation.
kind of a very Protestant-y sort of thing, isn't it?
It is so self-refuting, because they're leaning onto their own damn understanding and their own wisdom.
Oh, no. They're clearly just doing what the Bible says. They're not even thinking at all. They're like drones.
Oh, what's worse than that, what I was talking about, like the anti-intellectualist movement, is I've literally heard, and unfortunately I'm hearing it more and more increasingly, that the Holy Spirit will illuminate to you.
Yep, the light will get ever brighter.
Yeah, the Holy Spirit will teach you what Scripture means. And I literally just kind of roll my eyes at people like that and walk away.
They follow divine command theory, so it doesn't matter what God says. It's good. So he says genocide, it's good. Kill children, all fine. Everything's good with that. It doesn't matter what God says. What he says is good. So they divine command theory their way out of it.
Yeah, it doesn't really have anything to do with divine command theory. It's just they're ignorant, literally ignorant. That they have heard so many things throughout their life from this, their pastors, and they've been taught what to think, not how to think. And I can tell you, coming from a very fundamentalist, legalistic church when I was younger, even though they don't come out and explicitly say certain things, they teach it in a way, for example, that if you question God's word, you're questioning God.
Yeah.
And what they mean by questioning God's word is questioning their understanding that they're teaching to you. And and they create this such a black and white world with no gray area. And then they hammer you with, it's worse to be a progressive Christian than a non-believer. So the worst thing in the world you want to do is one of the worst things you can do is be a liberal with Christianity, because you're better off being a non-believer. And they make this dichotomy there, that anytime you say anything against the literalist view or the conservative view, you're just being a liberal, and that's worse than being an atheist. And it's such a it's literally
Worse than being an atheist.
yes,
love
they
it.
will they will take. So what
What
they
could
do
be
is
worse than being an atheist? That's crazy.
they take the first the churches in Revelation being spoke about. You have the lukewarm church, the hot church, and the cold church. And the lukewarm church gets the most condemnation. And they interpret that as the hot church is the faithful followers of God, the cold church are the non-believers, and the warm church, lukewarm church, are the liberal Christians, who's kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out kind of thing, which is a total bastardization of what that even means. It's a reference to more of a geography thing than anything, but they'll teach you. I mean, they will hammer in your head that liberalism or playing fast and loose with God. I can't count how many times I've heard playing fast and loose with God's word. It's I want to say it's damn near a mental illness, but it's more indoctrination. You leave rationality at the door. You're not taught how to think logically. And they hold to this most of them hold to this fideistic kind of faith, that faith is like an epistemic position. You just take a leap of faith. You just have to believe. And I'm like, no, I don't have to believe shit. If it doesn't make sense to me, I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to take a leap of faith. Well, of course, that's not even what scripture means when it uses the word pistis, but that's a different discussion. But that's the kind of stuff they indoctrinate people with.
Look, it means trust and the fucking sure, yeah. Spirit and whatever.
No, it literally just means trust. That's it, nothing else.
Well,
Pistis.
there's two definitions.
Yeah,
in
but
the
people
dictionary.
use it in different ways. Perhaps even in the scripture. Right?
Wait a minute. Right. But I'm saying in the spirit of the original intent of it, the Greek word pistis means trust, and the etymology of pistis is from the Greek god Pistis, who was the god of trustworthiness and loyalty. Not
If
only
you
that,
keep talking, I'm gonna get pissed off. So
well, you're gonna. Hey, you can get. It's better to be pissed this off than pissed this on.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that was the only meaning in the Greek, and not only that, it's used in conjunction with God. So how does that work? God leap of faith. It doesn't make any sense. It literally means trustworthiness and loyalty. That's it. Nothing else.
Wait, wasn't Hephaestus the Greek
I thought
god
that
who
was
was
a
like
type of
blacksmith?
sauce that people have with like pasta.
Wasn't that the blacksmith god who actually made the thunder of Zeus?
No.
Ah,
Pistis was the female Greek god who was the god of loyalty and trustworthiness.
okay. Are you some sort of I don't know, like misogynistic bastard? Like why gods could not
Yeah,
be women?
absolutely.
I don't understand.
I just said it was a woman. What the? What are you, dude? What are you? You're screwing with me, right?
Am I? How am I?
I don't even know.
But I don't know either.
Oh, well, stop. Quit.
Okay,
Don't do
okay,
that.
okay. I quit. I'm sorry.
No, it's fun. It's all good.
Okay, now I have to deal with this.
Yeah, because I usually have to deal with, Detroiters dry ass.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey, did they ever get, so was it, who was that you was wanting Chomsky on that you were gonna get for or talk to him?
Oh yeah,
That ever-
Nirvana wanted him on. He said sometime in the summer, probably. So.
Oh, okay. Well, all he's got to do is tell him he wants to talk about politics. That's it, and he'll be on.
What am I gonna do here? Take.
He's a socialist. He is
Unbelievable.
I don't know if I'd say he's a socialist, but he is most definitely anti-conservative. He has some very choice words for them.
Isn't Chomsky like 135 years old right now?
He's 93, I think, or 90.
No, is he older than John Searle?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh God, I thought it was the other way around.
No, Chomsky was born in 38, I think.
Oh no, Chomsky was born in
28. 28.
28, yeah.
And Searle was born in like 31 or 2 or 3.
So,
I forget.
So when Searle wrote his paper in the 70s about Chomsky's approach,
Yeah, Searle was in his 40s and Chomsky was like late 40s, early 50s. I think.
Yeah, but he made it sound like Chomsky was new on the scene and had come in and kind of rocked the boat. And I didn't really, I knew Chomsky was up there, but I thought that Searle was older. Dang.
Wait, do you mean that like women are just like, I don't know, weaker because of that fact?
Yeah. No, actually, they should be seen and not heard.
Oh my God! Like, I can't wait when your wife finds out about that.
Yeah. Shh, be quiet. She's in the other room. She's mean as shit. She will kick my ass.
I'm pretty sure she will.
That looks kind of
Freaking Italians, man. You got to watch them. They'll like sit there and hover over you while you're sleeping.
Be careful. They have a move with the salt in the ear. They're just going to pour like salt in your ear, so be careful when you're sleeping.
What?
Yeah, no. One of the ways to poison a person is like to pour salt in their ear. Come on, man.
I didn't know that.
I've heard something like that before. What is it supposed to do? Like dry your shit up and leak to your brain or
It used to
something?
be the way. It used to be a way like how wives actually kill their husbands, right?
You'd have to
In the
actually show a
past.
case. You'd have to show a documented case of that.
Do I?
I'm only
Do I
hearing
need
that
to?
here tonight.
According to what does he have to show it?
To make a person believe it, because I don't believe that.
You know what I believe? I believe our children are the future.
Our children are learning.
We should teach them well and let them lead.
Or what is it? Our children is learning. Queen takes b6. I had queen h8 mate. Not mate. Fork again in the night.
Are you and TJump playing chess right now?
Yeah.
Freaking losers. Y'all should be playing checkers. That's a real man's game.
Hey, Detroiter.
I don't even know if I remember all the rules. Actually, I do. I guess king me and then whatever.
Connect 4. That's where I'm the king.
Yeah, well, that game is solved, right? So you just. And I think I remember. I think the optimal strategy is to, when someone places one, you always place it on top, right? Pretty much.
No, you jump over them.
There you go.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah. No,
You
we're
hop
talking
over
about
them diagonally.
We're talking about Connect 4 now. We've moved on to a much harder game.
Oh, okay.
No, you might be right.
Hey, Detroyer, a Canadian Catholic told me that he feels like you've betrayed him.
Oh, he
Yeah,
told
he
me
tells
that
me
too.
that.
What did
He
you do
tells
to
me
him?
that frequently. Yeah.
What did you do to him? He was like sounding all pissed off one night.
But he's the smartest man in the room. How could we possibly do anything to
He was
upset
like,
him?
I
Detroyer
don't give
stabbed me
him.
in the
I
back.
don't give him.
That was
I
pretty
don't
good.
give him all the attention he wants.
Detroyer stabbed me in the back. Hey,
Don't
hey,
listen
did
to a
you hear
word
what
Detroyer
Detroyer
said
did?
because he's a backstabber.
Oh, that's a pretty good Canadian there, buddy.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
There's so many new people on the server.
Let's see.
I don't ever
Who's
want to know an internet. I don't ever want to know an internet without Canadian Catholic.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
You guys are masochists.
He is such he's such entertainment. I actually like Canadian. I enjoy talking to him.
I am on his server, and he is quite a character. But I don't know if I really like him. But I can't say I dislike people because it's not a person you gotta dislike. It's their attitude.
Well, there's a lot of people I dislike. I'm an equal opportunity offender and hater.
Troyer, I pinged you on your server there. Said hello.
Oh, cool.
The trailer, I watched your fine tuning video. I thought it was excellent.
Thanks. Although, yeah, I still need to make the updated version to it.
Oh, there's an update coming. So what's the update?
Yeah, I've made the stuff where I can infer what the probability should be or whatever. I've made that a bit more at the same time more concise and more general.
Can I get a link to that? Did you try to like turn the argument on its head, like I've seen done a few times, where the atheist proposes that naturalism is better, or that? Wow, how do I put this? You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
No, we don't.
That naturalism
Put in
is
a
the only thing in
propositional
town?
form, please.
I was asking Detroyer. I was talking to Detroyer.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, no, I don't. Not exactly.
You haven't heard it like people use the argument that fine tuning is something that we'd expect to see under naturalism, and not necessarily under theism. It's not like an expected.
TJump said that.
No, I don't make that point.
Or did you say that, TJump?
Yes, that's one of the things I have
thought I
made
heard it
an argument
earlier.
for.
I figured it was you. Say something stupid like.
Yeah, Destroyer's approach is good because it starts with just like pointing out that even if you were not to point out any of the extremely lower priors for the design hypothesis, that you would still be able to establish that it's not more likely as they claim it is because the way the Bayesian proposition works. And then once you factor in the lower priors for the design hypothesis, then it's significantly less likely, depending on how you rate those priors.
What do you mean lower priors?
Well, when you start, like a Bayesian proposition usually starts with some prior probability. And then you go from there. So
right.
The claim of the fine-tuning argument is, well, we have these two 50-50 propositions, which is always I don't know what anyone says two things are 50-50, and one of them involves like a magic, all-powerful being. Your
magic.
Your spidey sense should think of.
Come on, non.
Okay, it's already kind of a well-known like probabilistic fallacy to assume that just because there are two options, they're 50-50. So
No.
yeah.
That's not a fallacy.
That is the way. So wait a minute. Whoa. When you start with
either it is a fallacy or it's not a fallacy.
No.
That's a fallacy.
Wait a minute. When you start with prior probability, if you have no way of knowing the prior probability, you start with 50-50, but that's not what you put in the equation. You look at whatever reasons you have to believe that it's possible.
Oh, I did not mean to play that. Whatever, I don't care.
And you can, to be conservative, most of the
You
time,
take that?
they'll start at 50-50.
I was actually just trying to click back on the screen.
Yeah, I wasn't
Take
talking
back's
to
not allowed, but whatever. Doesn't matter.
So you start with 50-50 because it's either true or false. And you dwindle that
But
down.
then you always switch. So
you just want to give me the free night, really?
No, you dwindle it
Yeah,
down
I can try.
to have
No. If you always switch,
Oh wait, is
then
there
you
a
have a
take back?
2/3
Wait, I
chance
can't
of
do.
getting
Yeah, there's a
the
take back.
car.
It's the arrow
It
button.
wouldn't let me click it before. I don't know.
Dude,
You
can
could
y'all
also
go to another
start with
channel?
the counter Bayesian position that everything is natural and you don't get to include anything else into the bucket without proof.
You get that's not what the
Can I
whole
do it?
purpose
No.
of the Bayesian
Okay, cool.
analysis is to compare it
Yeah.
to other hypotheses. That's the whole purpose of it. Is you take it and if you just take one hypothesis, you can't even do a Bayesian analysis. You have to compare it to some hypothesis, whether it's the null hypothesis or competing hypotheses. So when you start out with the prior probability, you don't put 50-50 in the equation. You start out at 0.5 because it's either true or false. It's a 50-50 chance of that. But then you lower the probability for conservative estimates based on reasons you have to believe. And a lot of times, a lot of people will put the prior probabilities extremely low, but it's only one part of the equation. You can start off with an extremely low prior probability, and based on the amount of evidence, whether it's big or little, you can actually come out with and you're not trying to come out to over 0.5. You're trying to come out with which hypothesis is more probable. So if you have one that's 0.3 and the other one's 0.1, that means it's the more probable hypothesis. It doesn't mean that it's, over 50%. It just means it's more probable than competing hypotheses.
Sure.
But but that is the problem with Bayesian analysis is the priors. And like we were talking about Detroit, they have an objective or what they call objective Bayesian analysis where they try to use more solid numbers with it. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be some kind of subjectiveness within because say there's 10 pieces of evidence. Well, somebody else might say, no, there's only like 4 or 5. So they would run the Bayesian hypothesis with less evidence and come out to a different probability. But I'm a numbers guy. I love probability. I love statistics, and Bayesian is right up my alley to make me feel comfortable.
I'm going to post a link to Detroit's video on the TJump channel. I was also watching the other one you had on regress and Reaper's Garden, which was pretty interesting.
Oh, if you think that Detroit stuff is good, you ought to check out this channel called Brute Facts.
Yeah, I saw an interview with Jay Dyer on there. I'm not sure if I agree with that guy.
You know how much you make me feel bad for even having the interview now? I'm just but that was one of the best debates you ever had.
Whatever you want to say about Jay Dyer, at least he's not a Unitarian.
I'm not a Unitarian, Jack. And so what if I was? Does that mean I can't be a Christian?
Not a true Christian. To do that, you need to be
I know.
Orthodox.
They're going to put on my tombstone, not a real Christian. It's going to be the guy who called himself a Christian who really
That's what
was.
everyone says about everyone, so it's very, very likely.
Well, yeah, well, you're right. Well, that's kind of where it all started was because a lot of Christians say I'm not a real Christian because
that's what they all say about everyone. So it's extremely likely that your grave is going to be marked with not a true Christian.
Well, they have certain criteria that as long as I'm talking about there's a lot of Christians because I just don't say I'm confident about the Trinity or the incarnation. All of a sudden, I mean, we're not
You're
talking
just
about
an atheist. I don't know.
We're not talking about just Protestants. I've got Eastern Orthodox, Catholic, you name them, all of them.
No, dude, what you need to do is accept the fact that you're a good person with good qualities and you don't have to have a God justify that fact.
I don't need God to justify that.
You certainly sound like it. You have
No.
such pride in this. But everything
no.
that you love about Scripture, it can be found in humanism without any
Oh,
of the dangerous baggage and
Hold on.
garbage.
Hold on. First of all, you're assuming my position. Let me tell you that being a Christian, tomorrow, if Christianity was falsified, not a single thing in my life would change. Nothing. I don't use
Yeah,
Christianity.
because you're already not a
Spoken
Christian.
like a good humanist.
And that's exactly what I'd be. I'd just be a humanist.
Then why do you want to incorporate any of the baggage that comes from theology?
Why? So hold on. Why would I reject something that I am convinced of just because it doesn't do me something special holding to it? That makes no sense.
No. I didn't say special. I said baggage. What about the
What
bad
baggage?
stuff that it does?
What? Like what?
You have to accept the idea that children that are raised in religious families and are taught about things like original sin and hellfire at a young age. These kids report trauma the rest of their lives. And we have therapy set up to help them. So you have to accept that this is a very dangerous message for children.
No. That is such a lie, man. Study after study shows that religious people have better mental health, live longer. That's bullcrap. That is I don't know where you got that from.
I've seen those studies. Those are the findings that you find from the Cub Scouts as well. It's the organizational thing that makes it better. It's the ability to having a community.
Give me some studies.
Literally the one you
Give me
quoted.
some studies.
Literally the one you quoted is the one I'm talking about because I've read the damn thing. It said it was the organization that mattered.
What? What one study? I didn't give you a study. I said
you
studies.
mentioned there were 2 studies.
I didn't say 2 studies. I said studies.
Hey,
now show me a study that says that people that are taught that original sin is true are traumatized. I am eager to see that study.
All right. It's called religious trauma syndrome, and I'll find you the paper.
Oh, so it's one paper.
Well, I have a library. If you'd like me to send you a library, I thought we were getting, a little precise here.
So one of the problems with a lot of those studies is like how they measure religiosity. Some tests include or even have like exclusively their test for religiosity as like church attendance. And church attendance is only going to be had by people who are like healthy enough to get out of bed and go to church. So you're already like have a bit of a bias in your selection process. And we're in your
Did I cut out?
No. Did I?
Nope, we can hear you, Seth.
Oh, I didn't hear anything you said. I think mine screwed up.
Yeah, go ahead, Seth.
I don't want to repeat it.
Well, Seth was just saying that people who are healthy enough to go to church are the ones that are measured by studies about church-going people. And so it skews towards people that are healthier than average because a lot of people can't go to church.
Yeah, you're automatically excluding in that that selection process sick people.
It's always skewed. It's
I actually was watching a fun video about skewed statistics, and they talked about a couple famous examples. You guys have probably heard of at least one of them. One is a woman and her partner were driving around, and they got pulled over and accused of some kind of like a robbery or a murder because their description fit those of the witnesses' testimony. That said there was a black man and a white woman in a car. The white woman with blonde ponytail and so on had robbed an old lady and stolen her purse, and they had driven away. They took the criterion of what the witnesses said that they had matching the people, and they brought in a mathematician to claim that there was like a 1 in like 12 million chance that the suspects were not the perpetrators. And it's because of the prosecutor's paradox, where things that are true in one direction are not also true in the other direction. And if you reverse the math from like the statistical likelihood of an innocent person being the accused, then it's 1 out of 12 million. But if you looked at the number of people in that city who actually matched the description, there's like 12 people that matched the description. And so the chance of the people in that city being the one who did it was actually like a 1 in 12 chance, rather than a 1 in 12 million, because there were actually lots of people in that local area that fit the description. So if you just do the math in the opposite direction, turns out that the math that they were accused of was full of shit. And the prosecutor, as a result, or the attorney general, not only threw their case out, but then had to reevaluate hundreds of other cases with similar biases. The same trick was used to convict a lady of killing 2 of her own children because they had both died, and some stupid mathematician said that there was like a 1 in a billion chance that it wasn't, her murdering them.
There's some really famous case like this, right?
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah.
So is that the one? Yeah.
How does that fit into studies about people with
how they're used to lie and how they're used to distort, right? So these are well-intentioned mathematicians who thought that they were telling the truth and were experts in their field, who just got this shit wrong.
So what about meta-analysis? Are they like liars too, or
that's?
We're just saying that people can make mistakes even when they're like experts in the field of statistics.
He's not saying anybody's lying. He's saying like this is how like these things can be skewed in a really bad way.
Yeah, yes, I understand that. But if we're going to
Even
sit here and
unintentionally.
argue, so if we're gonna sit here and argue about statistics being skewed in a certain way, and this just because people have a problem with religion, that is fruitless. That just there's no sense in even going on with that.
What?
That's what it was about.
Oh, okay.
That's literally what we were talking about with studies.
I'm not saying we weren't talking about studies. It was basically everything else you said.
Like what?
The fact that like you just like you seemingly just want to hand wave away like the fact that like there's reasons to think that some of these numbers might be skewed.
So how many studies do you think's been done on people in religious beliefs? You think it's 1 or 2?
No, I'm sure it's quite a bit.
Okay, so are all of them skewed?
No.
Okay, well that's my
Well,
point.
they probably all are skewed in one way or another, depending on what conclusion you're getting from them.
Right, but so that's what we were talking about. I was talking about was the studies about the benefits of being religious, and then somebody brought up skewed studies and statistics. I know everybody knows that there's
no, it's just the kind of study, particularly the kind of study you're talking about, often is like you have to get people religious and non-religious under control, and when you select religious people, a lot of these tests, like you got to come up with criteria for who's religious and who's not. And one of the criteria that often gets used is church attendance. The problem is you've already discluded anybody too sick to go to church. So if you're like, say this is an example, like a study on health.
That is literally nothing but an assertion. I've read study after study. It didn't have anything to do with church attendance. It had to do with those that identified as religious.
Guy, I'm not saying they all do. I'm saying that often. I very clearly said often.
How often?
Regularly.
How often?
I don't know. I'm not an expert
Do
in these studies.
Do you have a citation for it's often?
No. Do you want me to just find a couple of studies that use church attendance as a measure of religiosity? Do you think that's fair? Are you really going to say that you find that to be preposterous, that wouldn't happen, to be a rarity? Church attendance for religiosity? Are you serious?
Oh my gosh. No, but you're making it sound like it's some kind of major significant portion of them that's going to skew all of these major results. Oh man, you have to evaluate each
I'm just
study
pointing
with
out
standards.
I'm
the
just
standards
pointing
and the
out
sample
something
size.
that might not have occurred to you. That's all.
Why would you assume it hasn't occurred to me?
Because it didn't occur to me.
Okay. Didn't I just say like 5 minutes ago before we started this that I love statistics and probability?
So what? Lots of people do. Lots of people who I'd expect to like that not to occur to them.
I'll just leave it there. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Okay.
There's no sense in it. I just whatever point you want to make, I'll listen to it, concede it or whatever. I'm not gonna argue over it.
See, Eddie wisely recognizes that he's a powder keg, and if this goes on any longer, he's gonna start screaming.
I haven't had enough to drink for that.
So he's
I'm not
stopping
too far
himself
from it
right
though.
here.
What are you drinking, Eddie?
I switched it up tonight. I'm usually drinking bourbon, but I'm drinking rum tonight.
My wife recently bought me. I quit drinking a while ago because I'm an alcoholic. But my wife recently bought me some non-alcoholic tequila and non-alcoholic rum, and it's surprisingly delicious.
Wow, non-alcoholic tequila and rum?
Yeah, I'll post a picture in chat real quick.
I didn't know that existed. I mean, I've heard of like.
I didn't either. I
Good game. I'm gonna go get some food.
To get a draw there. Good games.
I'm gonna get some food. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for joining my stream. Check out my YouTube channel, youtube.com/TJump. Do not go to brutefacts.com, and peace out.
Subscribe to TJump